Welcome to today's annual report sitting where we will be looking at Treasury in particular. I'd like to welcome the department, welcome the Minister. I'm not sure if we have Western Cape and Gambling here yet, but welcome as well to the officials and of course to our members and those who are online and watching us on the YouTube link. So I'll jump straight into it and we will proceed with our welcomes and officially introducing both the members who are in the House online and the officials who are also in the House and online. With that, my name is Kayla Murray and I'm the Chair.
Good morning, Andrikus van der Westhuizen.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Khalil Brankes, member of this committee.
Thank you, member. Are there any members online?
Morning, colleagues. Ayanda Vabaza from Western Cape Gambling.
Thank you. We're just concluding the members' introductions and then we'll hand over. All right, with that, I will hand over to the Minister to introduce herself as well as her department.
Thank you very much, Chair, to you and members of the committee and also to the members of the Gambling and Racing Board. My name is Mireille Wenger and I'm the executive responsible for the Provincial Treasury. I'm going to ask the acting HOT to introduce herself and the team to introduce themselves. As you are aware, the former HOD, David Savage, has since left us and Ms. Quintana is our acting HOT. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Yolanda Quintana, acting head official of the Provincial Treasury, and the members, colleagues on my right-hand side will continue to introduce themselves.
Good morning, members. Annelies Pick, Public Finance.
Good morning, members. Isaac Smith, Governance and Asset Management.
Nashreen Ludovic, Financial Management.
Good morning, members. Rishan Kasim, Internal Control.
Good morning, Ursula Brink, Financial Accounting.
Good morning, everybody. Anne-Marie Smith, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, members and officials. Aziz Harding, and responsible for financial governance and accounting.
Good morning, honourable members. Stephen Kenyon, Chief Director, Local Government Public Finance.
Morning, honourable members. Shirley Robinson, Chief Director, Public Policy Services.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members. Malcolm Boyson, Director, Fiscal Policy, Provincial Treasury.
Good morning, members. I'm Paul Pienaar, Director at Business Information and Data Management.
Good morning, members. Taryn van der Rede, Provincial Government Budget Office.
Good morning, members. It's Nadia Ismail here, the Director for Strategic Operational Management Support. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Ishmael Callahan, Financial Systems.
Good morning, members. Letitia Salis, Local Government Supply Chain Management.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome yet again. We're also, of course, joined today by our able staff who are assisting us procedurally. I do see there's a gentleman sitting there in the corner in blue.
Morning, Chair and members. Warren Wilson, Department of the Premier.
Thank you. Welcome. Are there any officials online who would like to introduce themselves?
Yes, it's Nadia. Sorry, Nadia Ibrahim, acting head asset management.
Welcome.
And then good morning, everyone. Terence Orange, board member, Western Cape Gambling. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Good morning, members. My name is Brandon Damonds. I'm from the Directorate Strategic and Operational Management Support, Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Palesa Modise, economist within the Fiscal Policy Unit.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. With that, we've also not received any apologies today, so we have a full house. And I'd just like to indicate for the record the rules of engagement. So as we're all aware, this is a hybrid sitting, which means that we have some online and some in the house. For those online, if you could kindly keep yourselves muted as well as your video off unless called upon to speak. Should you have a point of order, you can indicate so using the raise hand function. And of course, we will have a question and answers session after the briefings provided by the department and its entity. So with that, I'll now hand over to the Minister to take us through the first annual report for Treasury.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a pleasure to present to you the annual report for the Provincial Treasury for the 2022-23 financial year. The Treasury continues to be a critical and integral driver of good governance in the Western Cape, which is done by implementing and constantly improving on processes and systems which underpin maximum impact on the ground and for every cent of public money spent. And I think this is made evident by the audit outcomes for the financial year under review, where every single department and entity received an unqualified audit, which is our best audit outcomes in half a decade. So that's something that we're particularly proud of. We look forward to taking the committee through the annual report and to answering your questions. Just to note that in the period under review, I joined into that year, was not the executive authority for the full year. So there were some projects that are before my time. However, the very able Treasury officials will be able to answer all the questions that you may have. And then just to end off, to wish Mr. Stephen Kenyon and Mr. Aziz Hardin a very happy birthday. And thank them for joining us at the Standing Committee at this very special occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were there any further briefings that you wanted to make or HOD? All right. Okay, with that, members, I'm going to table the annual report in parts. So I'll first put to you part A, pages 3 to 26, then part B, once we've exhausted questions, 27 to 76, and then part D, 97 to 128. Members, if you could please raise your hand either online or in person, should you have any questions for this round. Okay, I see no questions. Member van der Westhuizen, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everybody. Chair, on page 14 and 15, on 14, just a remark. I find it interesting where it says overview of the department's financial results, that you're using a full stop there in those amounts, and then just below, it seems to me then that you use spaces to separate digits. Perhaps if we could in future just be consistent, and I believe that in South Africa we use the still spaces and commas if it goes into cents and so on. So I just would like us to be consistent, unless there's a reason that you would like to put forward why you're using that protocol. Then on page 15, we do know that we have a number of municipalities in the Western Cape that are in severe financial distress. And one of them being Beaufort West Municipality. One of the reasons for your underspending is related to the support to Beaufort West eventually incurring a smaller expenditure than expected. Now, my question is just, is it because of the success? Is it because of delays on the side of Beaufort West, saying we don't want, to travel to Beaufort West unless A or B or C has happened? Because my impression is that, you cannot give enough support to some of our distressed local governments, Beaufort West being one of them. And then also, when it comes to the rollovers and agreements, I see there are two references to leave gratuities. To what extent do you provide for those gratuities or leave? I do know that you cannot always predict, how many days a person would have to his or her credit when they leave the department's employ. But don't we make any provision for that? And to what extent do we expect of people to take their annual leave so that by the time that they leave or resign, that we do not have incurred or run up amounts due to them that are perhaps bigger than what one would anticipate. Then on page 18, we have heard from other departments as well that the Constitutional Court judgment and then a circular from National Treasury caused serious problems for our supply chain processes in all our provincial departments. And my question is, do you see yourself that you have a role to play when National Treasury issues certain circulars to raise the flag and to say to National Treasury, come on, you cannot just issue a circular like that. As a matter of fact, I would love to see that before National Treasury issues circulars that impact so widely and potentially harmful effects, that they would liaise with provincial treasuries, and particularly a highly respected one as the one in the Western Cape, to say, please, this is our thinking. Can you manage the implications of such a circular? Is there communication before the circular gets issued? Because once issued, it's clearly something which is very difficult then to have to undo again, to retract that circular or to replace that circular with another one. And Chair, shall I stick to the three issues first?
Yes, please. Thank you. Member Seleko?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my apologies. I had to take a call. The chief whip called, so I had to respond. So I did not introduce myself. My name is Mbulelo Isaac Seleko, and I would like to greet the minister and everybody present. And Chair, my questions will be on page 11, linking it to page 16 in terms of effective local governance. And I would just like to ask the minister in terms of the reform strategy and effective local governance. Is there a linkage in terms of your forward and what in terms of effective local governance? Why I'm raising that, I would like you to share with us as a committee in terms of supply chain on local municipalities, what has been the challenges and what has been the successes, and in line also in terms of looking at the department, that the department has been consistent in terms of compliance. One would want to see going forward that whatever is good that has been done by PT in terms of your role in local government, that it actually spill over to local municipality, so that they also see, so we can find ourselves in a space where there is more compliance than issues, because municipalities are becoming more problematic each and every day. That's just a question. And the next one, Chair, will be on page 23. I would also like to know in terms of the department's role in terms of the provincial procurement policy framework, as the department responsible for the budget of the province. What role do you see yourself playing in terms of contractors doing business with different departments? The reason that I'm asking that, I think yesterday I received a call from one SMME in the Southern Cape saying that the contractor that has been appointed by one of our departments is actually not following the 30% in terms of procurement, and they wanted to open a case. And they wanted our assistance. And I said, no, we can't interfere in that. Now, I just want to know in terms of that, how do you as a department monitor whether our departments or our municipalities, when they come to the issue of procurement, that the 30% is actually implemented and that the relevant people that are supposed to get those opportunities, that are actually getting those opportunities? Those are just the three for now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members. Are there any further questions? Okay. I see none. I just have one question from my side. The very diligent members have covered the majority of mine. But just linking on to Member Seleko's question on SEM. So it's noted that there was on page 14 an underspending of about R1 million. And this was mainly the result of a later than anticipated commencement of projects related to value for money SEM to improve infrastructure asset management at 12 municipalities. If it's just possible to get more details on this, and also the virements totaling at 1.666 made to the program for programs 1, 2, and 4 to accommodate the Gartner subscription fees and leave gratuity. With that, I'll hand back to the Minister.
Thank you very much, members, for those questions. I think we'll divide it up here. There were some questions relating to local government, in particular Beaufort West, and then the lower than expected expenditure there. Then there's also questions on supply chain management in municipalities. I wonder, Stephen, if you'd take those, or okay. And Isaac, they're quite. If you wouldn't mind taking the questions on the SCM as well. And then in terms of the triple PFA developments that took place in the year under review and the role that Treasury plays there. Then just generally in terms of monitoring procurement, the Provincial Treasury publishes quarterly a procurement disclosure report. As far as I'm aware, I think we're the only province that does do that. So quarterly, you can find an analysis of procurement across the system from all departments, and it will give you some insights into, where the headquarters of those companies are, gender, racial specifics, etc., of the companies that are doing business with government. And of course, then we have our procurement client centre in Century City to help suppliers through the various procurement systems to be able to be competitive in doing business with government as well. So I think that's just the kind of broader context, but in the terms of the specifics, I'll leave that over to the team. The HOT, she's unfortunately suffering from a loss of voice, which makes it a bit difficult. So I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add on before we divvy up the questions.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair and members. Maybe just to indicate that as a norm, in terms of leave gratuity, we officials need to take all the leave within the specified period. The leave gratuity normally dates back to the dispensation prior to the new rules that came in. So the people that retire have been in the system for a long time, and so they have kept leave. And we need to honor that commitment. If a person resigns or leaves within a particular period and they have accumulated leave, every month, I think, and the HR specialist will be able to assist me, it's a day to 2.5 days that you do get. So then we will have to honor those. But again, we normally do not allow people to accumulate leave. So there's a cutoff, which is towards the end of June, that you either take it or you lose it. So that has been the rule. There's quite a number of SEM-related questions, but I think the easiest one would be to deal with the MFMA one. But also before Stephen steps in, I think one needs to be mindful of the fact that there is a lot of support that we provide in the norm to municipalities. And in particular in Beaufort West, which has been one of those municipalities that we've been giving particular support to throughout the financial year. So this type of support, Stephen can just expand on Stephen, and then I'm going to ask Isaac to deal with the SEM and Letitia to just come in. Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, HOT. I think exactly as the acting head of department is explaining, we provide extensive support to Beaufort West. I mean, most of the support is provided through direct treasury staff and our kind of involvement in the municipality. So at the moment, at the time of this report, Beaufort West was the only municipality under a formal intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. And the Treasury team does extensive things. Maybe the easiest to kind of enumerate is the 3 times a week cash flow meetings that the Treasury staff sit in on with Beaufort West to kind of mentor them through. That is then supplemented, and I think it's important to see it as supplemented. It's not the core of our support. That's supplemented with support by consultants, which is what that underspending amount refers to. And then we also provided grant support to Beaufort West to purchase smart meters as part of their revenue enhancement. So this particular project where the underspending occurred, we accessed our panel of experts. So we have a pre-selected panel that we drew from for revenue enhancement support for the municipality. The contract was mainly for data cleansing. So a team of consultants from a company called Tuso Consultants went to Beaufort West, went through a lot of the data, found errors, found inconsistencies in general valuations, billing, etc., and compiled extensive reports. This is one of the rare cases of a genuine saving on a consultant project. So the consultants just delivered the work at less than what they had originally tendered for. So they completed all the milestones in the project before they'd reached the sort of maximum billing amount. It's as simple as that. But it was a very useful project. I think the challenge for us has been in making sure that the municipality acts on those recommendations, because the consultants, of course, can do the data cleansing and identify the challenges. It's up to the officials to then act on those and to correct the billings on their system, etc. And as Honourable Sileko knows, with the rotating cast of municipal managers and CFOs in Beaufort West, it hasn't always been easy to get that follow through. But this was a case of just saving due to underspending. Thanks. Saving.
Thank you, Chair. There are about 5 questions on supply chain management, so it's all interrelated. I just want to start off with the role of the Provincial Treasury, because there was a question around that. So basically, with regard to departments, the role of the Treasury is to provide oversight, guidance, but also to instruct. A little bit different on the municipal space, where we also guide, support, and assist, but we're not able to instruct. That comes from national. As a result of the role that the Provincial Treasury is playing, we've developed the supply chain management strategy about 10 years ago. And of course, as changes occur, we then revise accordingly. A part of that strategy is actually to support both the departments and municipalities. And through that, we've got quarterly engagements with all of the departments and municipalities. So we've got supply chain fora that we run with departments and municipalities. And one of the key areas is the governance environment. So there was a question on preferential procurement and circulars, because we liaise also on a quarterly basis with the National Treasury. We make sure that we on top of the development. So and what we do is we then communicate that to our departments and municipalities. Also, as far as the circular is concerned, during that particular period, we had many sessions with the OCPO, that's the Office of the Chief Procurement, but also with the Department of Trade and Industry, because a lot of the issues were also on local content, to such an extent that we've also provided support as far as possible communication to the institutions. In fact, because of our involvement, the National Treasury withdrew the initial circular and sent out the revised circular. Of course, also during that time, we had discussions with both the departments and municipalities to just keep them abreast. So basically, within the Western Cape, although the circular led to a lot of confusion, I think we were in a better position, because the way that we've implemented preferential procurement was just a little bit different, which means when the court judgment came out, we were in a much better position to immediately respond. So although there were some concerns in terms of, whether some of the issues are legal or not, I think we were just in a better position within the province as a whole. Maybe just also come to the SMME in the 30%. So the 30% was included in the 2017 regulations, but when the new regulations were issued by National Treasury, that was abolished. The way that we've implemented preferential procurement in the past is also to make sure that we've got also data to our disposal. So at this particular point in time, our procurement spend in the province, and we're busy, getting that information from municipalities, is 81% of our service providers are small businesses, and about 38% of the value of the contracts actually go to small businesses. Just to answer your question on the 30% within the Western Cape, we're actually not led by the 30%. Part of our responsibility is to create an enabling environment for small businesses. So hence, we will always exceed that particular 30%. I think what is important is maybe more sessions with the supply community, that they do understand the change of the 2017 vis-a-vis the 22 regulations. In terms of the value for money question, Chair, is that part of our responsibility, as I've indicated, is to assist departments. One of their projects was assisting the Department of Education in identifying all the commodities and to see to what extent we can get improvements within the supply chain in environments. So we've appointed GTEC to assist education, but that particular project took longer. So the full amount was paid, but some of it was paid in the new financial year. Hence, there was an underspend as far as that is concerned. I hope I've answered all of the questions.
Very much. Welcome, Member Nkondlo. And I see we have a hand from Member van der Westhuizen. We'll now take follow-ups and new questions. If we can please keep the questions to 3 questions per round. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen and then Member Brinke.
You said 2 questions. 3, thank you. Thank you for the explanations and thank you. Yes, I forgot about the old leave dispensation. So thank you very much. May I just ask then first, in terms of the support again to some of our local governments, Cedarburg municipality has also in the year under review seen a lot of political instability. And I've been informed that the database, for example, of properties and the addresses and so on, who should be taxed, who's responsible for the municipal accounts and so on, is also in need of review and I think you call it cleanup, data cleanup. Have you been involved there? Are you aware that they are also struggling and also in need of support? And if you have given support to them, won't you just expand on that, please? Then secondly, Chair, we have over the last few years heard horror stories of the prices of certain items being procured through our supply chain management processes. And my question is there a benchmark? Can a supply chain manager go onto a website and say, hey, this is a depository of specifications that would, that's been tried and tested? And secondly, that we've got an idea of what, say, for example, a ream of 80-gram bond paper should cost, even if the delivery cost to Beaufort West might be somewhat higher than to an office in Tygerberg or something like that. So is that possible? Do we have that? Can people refer to that? Is it an open source for people to access? And then, because I think you've quite rightly said that, the drafting of the specifications for bids and quotes and so on is extremely important. And I'm not sure, particularly at our smaller entities in government, whether they always have the creative skills to be able to put together a document such as that. Then, Chair, must we first just stick to Section A? Yeah, then only those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. We're still on Section A, as confirmed. If you have any follow-ups or new questions, I recognize firstly Member Brinkes and then Member Nkontlo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everybody again. Chair, my question is on page 25. There's a vacancy in the infrastructure director, and another vacancy also in the local government supply chain management director post. Simple question: has those vacancies been filled? And yeah, and just get the indication if those vacancies has been filled. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member. I recognize Member Nkontlo.
Morning, Chairperson, and morning, everybody. My question is on page 13, as part of the CEO's HOD, sorry, as a comment. I just wanted to understand from the department if they can explain what's the meaning of leveraging strategic opportunities for economic growth and sustainable development, and how would this be measured? That's my first question.
Was it page 13, Member?
Page 13. First, I think just the first paragraph up there. Are you finding it? Thank you. Okay. Then my next question, Chair, is that I'm interested to understand that in the efficient infrastructure investment, I see there is work, and I think it's reported across in the annual report that has been done in terms of the consolidation of the infrastructure of the province. So as the Treasury, what type of financing models that you have put up for the future financing, as you are explaining, I think here and in other pages, and I'm saying here, if you read what you have written there under efficient infrastructure investment, given obviously the risks that are mentioned of economic constraints, getting budgets and everything, what is it that you are putting up to the provincial government in as far as how to finance infrastructure going forward? Because my assumption is that this consolidation and your role would obviously be on how to better finance. So that's the question that I'm trying to understand. And then on my last, which is my third question. I just want to understand on page 15, on your reasons for under expenditure. I think bullet number 2 in that first paragraph, under reasons for under expenditure. There it says that the actual cost of support to the Beaufort West municipality for the implementation of the recovery plan was less than estimated cost. Can I understand what were those costs? Why they were less from what was estimated? If you can just give more insight into that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. Just from my side, a follow-up in terms of the question on the apologies, on the value for money in SCM. I just wanted to get an understanding of which were the 12 municipalities that were assisted. And I'm still not 100% clear on what caused the delay. If you could just clarify that again for me. And also just a question in terms of finance is whether the delay might have contributed to an increase in costs due to inflation. If you could please just touch on that for me, allay my nerves. I'll now hand over to the Minister. Thank you. Before I hand over, Minister, I recognize Member Seleko.
My apologies, Chair. No, Chair, I just, on terms of page 33, there is a topic about main risks. 33, 33. 3. Yes.
Okay, that is part B. So we're still on part A.
Oh, we're still by A.
33.
Yeah, I thought.
I don't think so. We'll come back to you.
Thanks very much for those questions. So there's obviously, I think maybe it's maybe useful for the team just to go through the 2 bullets on page 15 on the under expenditure, just maybe give a full explanation and maybe just repeat the previous answer. And then I think there's some questions again on procurement and basically unit pricing. Vacancies. My understanding is one of the 2 vacancies has been filled. Will you cover that? And then infrastructure financing models. Thank you very much for that question. And maybe in answering that question, we could also just talk about some of the monitoring that the Treasury does in respect of infrastructure and infrastructure spending. For example, the publication of the OPMI. Thanks.
Let me start. And we can continue with the rest. I'm going to deal with the vacancies. So the 2 in particular, Chair, the Director, Infrastructure. The interviews will be on the 16th of November. And then the Director, Local Government Supply Chain. That position has been through the recruitment process. So we're busy finalizing that process. We should be making an appointment soon.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the benchmarking. So what we've done during the COVID period, we've actually published unit prices because at that particular point in time, that is where we found that there were exorbitant prices. So as far as those commodities are concerned, we've actually published it also publicly, and part of that is also to give indication to the public in terms of what we're spending, and that was a specific area time that we've done that. We've subsequently also continued with our disclosure reports. Because of the amount of commodities that we're dealing with at this particular point in time, we're not publishing the unit prices. However, we've started now with the process of revamping our supply chain management system. In fact, is the term that we use is value-based supply chain management, and part of that process is to make as much as possible information available not only to the users within departments and municipalities, but particularly as far as the private sector is concerned. That is a process that is underway. We do have the information. The only issue for us at this particular point in time is that we're using different financial systems. And to correlate that information, is a bit of a challenge. But the intention is eventually to get to a point, particular to our departments and municipalities, that we have got the list of benchmarking prices. We still need to decide whether that is a good policy to actually publish it within the public. So that's a decision that we will have to make. But just to indicate to you that currently we basically busy revamping the supply chain management system with a focus on value for money. Just coming back to the question of the chair, and I think it was alluded to earlier. One of the areas that we do find challenge is the development of specifications, and in this particular case. On the value for money, the specification had to be developed in conjunction with the Department of Education. That we basically quite clear what is the outcome that we have to achieve, and that took a little bit of time. But also we anticipated that the project will be completed in a shorter time. But because of the depth of what the private sector supplier had to engage, it took a bit longer. It just took a month longer than anticipated. And from our side, for us, quality is important, and we didn't want to put the provider on unnecessary pressure and get a sub quality standard. On the asset management, we basically have covered all of the municipalities within the province. And then, of course, it was 2 processes. The second process took a bit longer because we had to get also support and approval from municipalities, because it also meant there's a lot of activities that had to happen within municipalities, and some municipalities just responded a bit later than other municipalities, and that actually led to the delay in concluding the contract.
Thank you. The question on infrastructure. So just to some context in terms of infrastructure investment for the province under the year under review, this is the year in terms of where we substantially increased our infrastructure investment by about 14% compared to the previous year. So we went from 8.6 billion rand to in this year under review about 10 billion rand. And so that increase is mainly in terms of the education portfolio. And when we did that increase, we realized that, number one, in order for a credible project pipeline, we actually needed to put a facility in place to assist departments in order to put, let's say, what we call bankable projects on the line that, number one, will meet all the requirements in terms of from a funding perspective right through that the old SEM and supply chain management is considered. And then secondly, it's also in terms of realizing in terms of to continue that kind of growth, the fiscus or our fiscal framework would not have been able to respond year on year to those kind of increases. And therefore, the strategy is in the first year under review, it is about in terms of project preparation facility. And in that year, we allocated about 83 million to various projects in order to assist departments to start looking at the different phases and also to start preparing a credible project pipeline. The current financial year is now looking at in terms of alternative financing, and that is really in terms of where we're pushing for the 2024 budget. I'm going to ask my colleague Shirley Robinson just to indicate in terms of where we're at and the thinking around alternative financing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of alternative financing, we are exploring different approaches to draw greater investment from outside the public purse. And this moves into the blended financing modality. In this particular aspect, it is about saying the fiscus is constrained and focused on core mandate. And so infrastructure, which has an economic return beyond, often is not able to be funded from the public fiscus. In this respect, we are recognizing that infrastructure is actually the driver of growth. And so to do so, we're looking at exploring blended financing modalities. We have secured support, technical assistance support from the World Bank, and to explore looking at a blended financing instrument piloted initially in the energy sector, with lessons and potential to scale up to other sectors, particularly in the social infrastructure and education, and the rapid school build, as Minister often notes, is quite critical in that respect. It's certainly exciting. It's innovative. It has not been done at the subnational level as yet. And so the Western Cape forms the frontier, and particularly in the energy sector, this is in line of the new borrowing modality, and draws on the lessons from the market sounding on the Tygerberg PPP as we move into Treasury Approval 2, with the good governance base of the Western Cape government, as the Minister often talks to, is essentially a ground for starting to look at certain innovative financing. It also draws on the lessons of the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Financing Facility, SIDF, and tries to look at a way to scale up. We're still in design mode. But the World Bank is coming out on mission in November. And so we do look for this facility and this approach to generate crowding in of donor financing, of private sector financing in a way that de-risks private sector financing into infrastructure development and looks at a partnership approach in the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members, for the questions on Cedarburg and Beaufort West. I think it gives me a good opportunity to explain some of the different types of support that we provide to some of our municipalities facing challenges. So in Cedarburg's case, we provided support in the form of grant funding to the municipality over a period of 3 years for a revenue enhancement project that they then procured with PricewaterhouseCoopers. So we provide them, it's a little less than R1 million a year, and that runs the professional services provided by the private sector then ran through a gamut of activities, including some of the items the honourable member was talking to on database reviews, tariff remodelling, a range of revenue enhancement activities across the municipality. So that's the one form of support where we provide the funding and the municipality procures. And then on Honourable Nkondlo's question, in the underspending on Beaufort West was a saving because we had procured the professional services firm, in that case, Tuso Consultants, who had done a revenue enhancement project in the municipality and then had delivered it at less than what the procured amount was. They'd met all the milestones, so there was a saving at the end of that. And then with regards to the other question on the support to municipalities for growth, I think there's the risk for the Provincial Treasury that we fall into the trap of kind of running after our struggling municipalities when we also need to be getting to that targeting of growth. So I'm going to ask Shirley also to talk a little bit to that.
Thank you, members. So the Mero of 2023 is just about to come out on the heels of the Pero and draws in the special tax data. It is a veritable trove of treasure and talks to how our growth happens in space, in municipal space. So the Western Cape's growth is essentially an aggregate of what is happening in municipal space growth. Now, while the city forms 70% of the Western Cape economy, there are growth corridors and certain municipalities that are really driving growth as well as the city. And so it is about not only, as Stephen indicated, looking at concentrating all of our efforts into the vulnerable municipalities, but starting to say, how can we support those that are growth municipalities to really, Minister, reach their potential? And in this respect, we are starting to invest more of our internal capacity to tracking those growth municipalities on a particular dashboard and to looking at what capabilities across Western Cape government support. And so, for instance, Ms. Pick has mentioned infrastructure projects. There is significant support in our DLG colleagues and in SIDF and in Department of Infrastructure and the Premier's Department to energy and water. Getting the basics right in municipalities. When more people move to municipalities, both at lower and high income, energy and water and sanitation really come under strain. So it's about not waiting for urbanization to put stresses, but appreciating that you can plan and plan ahead. looking at the sustainability aspects, and our strategic municipal engagements in May started to engage a lot more on the finances and to understand the financial metrics that drive growing municipalities, and particularly whether municipalities are borrowing to drive sustainability and growth. And so this is about a fiscal strategy, starting to get on top of municipalities' fiscal strategies for large municipalities such as George, Stellenbosch, Drakenstein. Understanding mobility in high density areas. It's not only a Go George, but it is about how municipalities are starting, and those that are densifying are starting to deal with areas of mobility, and economic incentive programs with our DDAC colleagues. And an exciting initiative is the ease of doing business on construction permitting or development permitting, trying to ease that through understanding how automation and support can ease, because developers, it's not the cost of the permit, it is time. So trying to ease and provide impetus through regulatory reform. So understanding that Western Cape government has across its suite of departments, areas that we can combine together to support, and making sure we optimize that support to our growth municipalities. Thank you.
Chair, also linked to that, maybe the question that was posed in terms of the information on page 15 as it relates to asset management. So linked to the whole discussion around growth. When you talk about growth in municipalities, it is important that municipalities know what is in the asset base and what lives within that asset base. So from a provincial local government perspective, we then started a program to support municipalities in that, because that's the basis on which they would be able to know, and also to begin to prepare for the growth. And if they maintain those assets properly, then that would be able to begin to start to generate the revenue that they would require. So my colleagues, Isaac is going to just elaborate a little bit more on that. Thanks, Isaac.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just maybe to add on to that is that this is not money that we've transferred to municipalities. We previously have done that, and we found it's better if this process is driven on a central level. So this is the money that's been allocated to the unit within the provincial treasury that's responsible for oversight on asset management. I just want to maybe clear that. And the project involves all of the municipalities. In the previous process, we've covered West Coast, Winelands, and Overberg municipalities, which was finalized. The 12 municipalities that we referred to here is the municipalities in the Garden Route and the municipalities in the CKD. So the project was divided into two. So this underspending was particularly on those, the second project, which covers those municipalities in the Garden Route and the CKD. Thank you.
Covered. Thank you. Members, I think let's take a final round, because I know that we still have two more parts to get through, and then our entity as well. You can pose all the questions that you need to for this final round. And if you could just raise your hand to indicate should you have any follow-ups or new questions. Member Nkontlo?
I just want to follow up on the question on the financing of the infrastructure. If I can get a clarity whether the blended financing model, Shelley, you were explaining, has that been concluded? Has it been adopted? Is there a write-up that explains, as you were saying, I think you spoke about principles of what it is. One is interested to understand what does it mean, because I hear you talking about de-risking, bringing private sector, in providing public services or public goods. So it's important to understand what that means, from a citizen's point of view, from a government point of view, what actually is involved in the future and the long term of such a financing model between private sector and government in terms of providing infrastructure that is much needed, particularly if you consider the economic profile of the different areas, be it in a municipality or whatever. So my question is, has this process that you're talking about, which you're saying you are working with World Bank, has it been concluded? Has Cabinet approved? What is, or as you are saying, you're still exploring it to a point where it's still going to come to Cabinet, and then you have what do you call it, a term sheet that explains what that is. So if I can just get clarity about that. My second question, which is a new question, Chair, perhaps it's a follow-up on, I think, on the explanation about the 30% and SMMEs. I'm interested to understand, as it was responded to, that Western Cape operates or provides more to SMMEs. And I think in one of the pages where, I just hope, where it mentions, I think, even the number of transactions, procurement transactions that has been done. My interest is that if you talk about SMMEs in the context of the Western Cape, do you profile based on your data and your procurement office information that you get? Do you profile these SMMEs in terms of understanding who they are in as far as their equity profile is concerned? And when you talk about, as you said, you are ahead. That's why even National Treasury had to sort of, I think, learn some of the things, or you were ahead when that Concord decision was made. So if you can provide me that clarity of who are these SMMEs that you are referring to in as far as their profile is concerned, their racial profile, their gender profile, and their geographics. Are you able to provide that particular data to understand who are these SMMEs that the provincial government is procuring with? The last one, Chair, which is an interesting one, when I was actually reading the book, particularly, I'm sure it's going to come also in the HR space, is actually, I think I find it as an innovation. There is what is called new rules. Is it new rules? New rules engagement. I think as part of building on the, yes, new rules engagement. It's on page 32 under well-being, health and safety.
I remember in Nkondlo, 32 is part B. We're still on part A.
Part B?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, if that's the case, let me then try my last one on part A. Sorry, Chair, for that one. Okay, I wanted to understand. I think there's a page there, Minister, I think that refers on the gender budgeting. I'm trying to find it. But I just wanted to understand from Treasury, because I remember this has been a long conversation about this notion of gender budgeting. And I know even at a national level, I think they've not having attended one NCOP meeting trying to work around this concept of gender budgeting. So I'm trying to understand what exactly, in as far as the provincial treasury is concerned, how have you dealt with this notion of gender budgeting, if you have, with the other government departments? How would you explain it, in as far as assisting yourself and any other department in isolating what you would term as a gender responsive budgeting? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. I'd just like to touch on Member Nkondlo's question with regards to the alternative financing, and particularly the financing being explored by the World Bank. Are we talking about a green bond here? Does this relate to green hydrogen at all? I know that there were some talks about World Bank and green hydrogen earlier this year. So if it'd be possible to get a bit more information on that, it sounds very exciting. So with that, I will hand over to the Minister and Department.
There's a lot of questions, so maybe you could. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Acting HOD. So just to answer members and chair question, we're certainly not talking about a public-private partnership. Okay, so this is not about getting a true PPP in the way that Tygerberg Hospital is looked at as a PPP. We're looking at an innovative financing mechanism that essentially draws in public development finance institution, donor financing, and over time, crowding in private sector and particularly pension and fund investment, both here and in developed countries, into a basket that then de-risks through, at this point, partial credit guarantees. Now, our energy colleagues are exploring a municipal pool buying facility that would purchase power from IPPs as renewable energy. And so if the purchase agreement is de-risked, then the cost is lower. So in the innovative, the World Bank meetings have just concluded, the annual World Bank meetings, and there is an incredible drive in the world to say, actually, how can we think out of the box? It isn't only about the public purse, it is about how you crowd in alternative ways of engaging. So this is not necessary. We're exploring it on energy because there is a huge drive and donor and DFI funding available at energy. And this is a blend of financing modality that is being used in the infrastructure fund at the DBSA, etc. So it's not completely new to South Africa, but it hasn't been utilized at the subnational level. The World Bank is offering trust fund funding on technical assistance. So there's no loan or implication for the Western Cape. This is about exploring innovation, and members, we are simply in the design and exploring stage. So when the team is here, they will actually engage the minister for the first time on the more detailed concept, which is why it is a little bit premature to engage, because we haven't got a fully designed concept. When there's a fully designed concept, that of course will come through to the minister and cabinet. And it is about saying, how can we think differently? How can we start crowding in different ways of financing without increasing a cost to the citizen? So it's certainly not about passing on cost to the citizen. And Chair, it's not yet at the green bond aspect. That is certainly an aspect of sustainable and innovative financing, but we're certainly not talking about there. We're still in the very nascent steps. And obviously energy for growing municipalities that are not at metro level. And so it is about aggregating smaller municipalities similar to SIDAF into a basket and trying to procure from IPPs using de-risking strategies, and internationally partial credit guarantees have been an incredibly innovative way of instead of having a financing strategy, looking at reducing the cost to the of the financing. So we are looking at different ways. Obviously, as we start looking at engaging in social infrastructure, it is about collaborative partnering with DFIs and donor financing. But that is a second stage that we have not yet gone in. What we do put on the table is it's not about placing cost to the consumer, particularly on social infrastructure, and that we'd like to make very clear about. But it's certainly an incredibly exciting space, and we look forward to bringing this to you. There will be teasers in the medium-term budget policy statement, but obviously we're still in the exploring stage. Thank you very much.
Shirley, will you also cover gender budgeting, please? Gender.
Gender budgeting, I'll hand over to Ms. van der Reen.
Thank you very much. So the Provincial Treasury is actually working with the Department of Social Development and the Department of the Premier in order to implement a broader approach to gender budgeting, but also taking into account how we actually develop policy and planning in terms of gender responsiveness. So we're also leaning on and drawing from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, where they actually nationally developed a framework as well as a roadmap that needs to be implemented by 2026 across national departments as well as provinces. So as part of our integrated policy planning and budgeting approach, as part of our PGM tech engagements as well, we have requested various departments to really apply the principles of this framework and roadmap. And through the PGM tech process, they've then responded to us with regards to key indicators that's reflected in this framework. And we as the Provincial Treasury continue to monitor this annually to make sure that we are not just responding from a Western Cape government perspective in terms of the framework, but also more broadly in terms of the roadmap and making sure that progressively we are reaching the targets that has been set for us nationally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Darren. Nadia is online to you, Chair, and she's going to deal with the SMME question. Thanks, Nadia.
Thank you, HD. To the question, thank you for the question. And I think when we implemented the preferential procurement regulations 2017, part of the discussion was how do we then get to the results or the outcomes of meeting the B requirements that were intended by the regulations? Because what we had implicitly noted and also put to National Treasury was the aspects around set-aside. So set-asides being unconstitutional and unlawful was part of that regulation, from the get-go. And obviously, that's some of the reasons that have set the decision or set the regulations aside. So part of the manner in which we implemented was to see how then do we enable procurement through direct procurement and to achieve those targets. So by applying the preference point systems, we started then looking at the data and information, etc., to be able for our departments to be placed in a position so that they can see who they're doing business with, that they are sure that the companies are certified in terms of their BE certification, etc., and we have that evidence base to prove that. So coupled to I think we've previously spoken in prior engagements on how we use the central supplier database, which is nationally created, and how then do we support that with our own supplier evidence bank within the Western Cape. So that very much supports and gives us an insight into then how does our procurement land within the entire database that we've put together. So Isaac previously mentioned that when we look at our spend, as a province, we already 86.09% of the 2022-2023 budget via procurement went through BEE companies, so Black-owned companies, as required by the regulations. When you look at smaller businesses, we found that our departments actually collectively spent 50.44% of their spend that went to small, medium, and micro enterprises. Now, if I reference you back, if you see our PDR on the website, it's particularly on pages 30 and 31 that we give you that diagnostic in terms of what our departments spend, to what value, what percentage of the grand total that actually went to SMMEs. What the report does not give you is the actual supplier names of the levels for that particular spend dashboard. We could always provide that for you so that you can see who are the companies that actually benefited from the provincial spend. Then in addition, I think what we did for contracts over 10 million, and this was also approved by Cabinet, is that for contracts over 10 million, we implemented an empowerment impact assessment tool. this was something that was piloted by the then Department of Transport and Public Works, who had created the model and the toolkit to do this. And we mainstream that through our Blueprint Accounting Officer system for departments to use when they're using, when they're actually planning for procurement above 10 million. And departments that do enter that value of procurement adopted that model to project how then they would understand their spend. And it's very much being able to understand your spend, understanding the market, understanding the suppliers who are in that market, but also being able to pull in diagnostics that give you data in terms of BEE categories, etc. So you could use that in terms of how you lever your procurement more optimally in that space. So hence, I think, if you look, the data speaks for itself. In terms of how successful the province has been in achieving that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, members, I would like to put it to you. Would you like to take a 10-minute body break and then we can come back and do part B, or would you like to proceed? Okay, 10-minute body break. One proceed, one body break. We need a tiebreaker. Anyone else? Okay, shall we proceed? Okay, we'll proceed. All right, members, with that then, I put part B to you. You can kindly raise your hands and indicate if you have any questions. I recognize firstly Member van der Westhuizen, then Member Seleko, and then Member Nkon.
Thank you, Chair. And we stay with procurement because that seems to be a problematic area in many respects. And I'm referring to page 34. And thank you very much for all the detail that you've provided there in terms of first the government printing works, the problems experienced there, which and it seems to me, if I understand it correctly, that they experienced some downtime. I presume that has to do with the computer systems. So perhaps if you could just explain to us the government tender bulletin, the work, the problems that you've experienced, the fact that you then had to introduce, it seems to me, a provincial system. And Chair, I would like to recommend later on when we come to recommendations that perhaps the provincial dashboard be demonstrated to us as a committee, because it seems to me there's been a lot of development work, specifically in the Western Cape, on enhancing transparency, etc., in terms of procurement, etc. So if you could perhaps just help us, and I'm referring there to the paragraph, can I say it, almost in the top quarter of page 34, where you then said Provincial Treasury acted by releasing National Treasury Instruction Note 12 through Treasury Circular, and this communication informed accounting officers and authorities about the transition to publish bid advertisements and awards on the government tender bulletin. Perhaps if you could just tell us, because it seems to me as if there was a specific problem or challenge there. And then if we go down to the bottom third of that page, there you refer to the National Travel Framework. Perhaps if you could just assist us. I've just before the start of this meeting learned of some people that are now traveling to France to study certain practices and so on. And I was just wondering whether that's also covered by the National Travel Framework. That is a bit tongue-in-cheek. But then also on the next page, you refer there to the changes or with the evolving landscape. And if I understand it correctly, in the past we asked of the Department of Public Works and Transport to undertake all the infrastructure projects for the province. Now we're saying, but two departments at least, health and education, can play a bigger role, if not completely take over the development of infrastructure, in my book, the building of new schools. Perhaps if you could just explain, am I correct in my interpretation of that? And what has been the effect on the provincial administration and particularly on this department? Because it seems to me you also then had to give some guidance in that regard. And then, Chair, in terms of my third question, that is on page 40. Right at the bottom, the very last sentence there. In general, we've experienced that throughout the pandemic, we moved away from face-to-face interactions and rather started meeting more online, which may also affect travel particularly. Now, but here it seems to me as if you still see a lot of value in face-to-face communication. Perhaps if you could just explain to us, when do you choose to travel and have face-to-face communication, and to what extent do you now continue to make use of online meetings, online interaction with those that you need to interact with? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen. Seeing that I'll be occupying the chair for a few minutes, I will sacrifice my questions and give to Member Nkondlo. Thank you. I'll be after you. Thank you.
You are sacrificing your questions. No, thank you, Chair. I think I'm going back to my question that I asked when we're dealing with Section A. It's on page 32. It says, recognizing the challenges of maintaining red lines and a healthy work-life balance, because there's an observation, I think, when I read the report, that this department's staff is under immense pressure in terms of the load of work, and you have adopted what you call new rules of engagement to bridge the gap. If you can just share with us, what does that mean? New rules of engagement, and how is this intended to ease the strain on employees, if any, because I can say it's being referred to in the report. And I think sitting with that one on the changes in management, Minister, I understand, unfortunately, I arrived late, that the HOD is no longer with the department. Is that true? Now, who is acting? Ms. Gantana, as if my ancestors would have told me, that would have been the obvious choice. And I'm interested to understand this phenomenon in this department, because it seems we have been having this acting issue of the HOD and Ms. Gantana and HOD repeatedly. And I'm trying to understand, Minister, what is the plan? So when is this post going to be filled? And through succession, and I think this was a question one would have asked even before the appointment of Mr. Savage. So I'm interested, when is the post going to be filled, and how are you ensuring succession from within this particular department, especially with having had to have a Ms. Gantana who always, when there is a gap, has to play, I think we used to call it rounders, election. Every time you have to come in and play a role. So if you can answer me on that question. My third one, I think, is on page 35, and it will be on this round, be more on the structure, on the project preparation facility. I'm trying to understand how is this project preparation facility structured. And I was actually trying to look at the page that has got your organogram. So if you can just explain how is it structured? Is it the current staff? Is it made of people outside? If you can just give us an indication of this project facility as a structure and how who composes the project preparation facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. I recognize Member Seleko.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Going back to my question, which is page 33. Main risk, we're talking about external factors beyond PT's control, but yet within its sphere of influence. I would just like the department to elaborate on what it means by this particular statement. What double 30? Main risks. They are talking about external factors. Just for us to have an understanding, what are you referring to? And how are you dealing with those particular factors, in making sure that it does not actually influence the kind of work that you as a department has been doing and you will continue to be doing. And also on outcome 2, in terms of progress on page 40, in terms of the PT extended aid to municipalities that are grappling financially. We all hear all the time when we speak about the local sphere that they are grappling financially. What have you come to understand as a department that has led to municipalities grappling financially? What are those contributing factors, and what is it that you as a department has been doing to deal with these particular factors? Because we keep on repeating the same statement year in and year out, municipalities grappling and grappling, then we seem not to be finding solution in this regard. That is on page 40. And then let's go to page 52. It is on the quarterly municipal performance assessment. I would just like to pause there, Chair. Chair, I have been grappling to understand what is the role of, or what is section 71 and 72 of the MFMA supposed to do when it comes to the monitoring of budgets, because 71 speaks about the monthly and then 72 will speak about the quarterly ones. What we have tended to find, Chair, is that even though these avenues has been there in legislation, we still find ourselves in a position where municipalities are still struggling financially. These two sections were supposed to give us, to identify the red lights, to say, municipal A is green, but they are red. But they seem not to be doing it. Why I am saying that? Because you get this report on a monthly basis, you get this report on a quarterly basis. And then I come to the conclusion, which I might be wrong, that they just receive them, but no one is looking at them. As a result, we only intervene at the end of the term or at the end when things are worse. Because there are municipalities that are green, but currently there are municipalities that has gone down and no one has been doing anything. But you have these section 71s, you have these section 72s. What is happening? Is this 71 and 72 actually assisting us as PT in terms of your oversight role to identify this red light so that there can be earlier intervention before we go to section 139, subsection 1 or 2, and those are the kind of issues that I'm actually grappling with. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. I'd also like to put my questions forward. So the first relates to page 45. It's noted that there were 26 rather than 32 bursaries awarded due to 6 bursaries that were not awarded not being taken up by the successful applicants. If it's possible to find out why the successful applicants did not take up the bursary, and also how you're incentivizing taking up the bursary. Secondly, from my side, page 55, sub-program 2.3 budget management, It talks about the Municipal Economic Review and Outlook being published 2 months later than its target in order to align with the tabling of the MTBPS. It's also noted that it wanted to align with the most recent data sets. And I was just curious about what those data sets entailed that it needed to align with, and what steps can be taken in future to ensure that it is timeous. And then lastly, my question relates to pages 59 to 61, or the public finance subprogram. It's noted that there were 0 rather than 1, the target assessment completed on service delivery agreements or DMS protocol agreements. I just wanted to understand why that was, or if any targets had changed throughout the year. If we could elaborate on that. I'll now hand over to the Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. We've got a number of questions, so maybe we should just go on a page-by-page basis. I'm not sure, HOT, how you'd like to manage it, and then I'll do the wrap-up at the end. Maybe just to comment on the Mero, we took the strategic decision to decouple the tabling of the Pero and the Mero, which in the past was done at the same time. And the reason we did that principally was to align the Pero to the PFMA budget timelines and the Mero with the municipal budget timelines, so that that information is as fresh as possible for municipalities to be able to use in their budget process. So if we do it too early or too late, then the timing of that information can't be considered within the right moments of the budget process. And so that we took that decision to decouple the tabling, and you'll see we're doing that again in this financial year, where I've already tabled the Pero, but we'll be tabling the Mero in the next month or so that the Mero can be used by municipalities strategically within their budget process. So that's principally the reason why we've done that. Right, Linda.
Thank you, Minister. There were a number of issues, but I think I'm going to start with the municipal one, just to assure through you, Chair, to the member that we do use the Section 71 reports. There's no question about that. We've actually developed a dashboard, and the dashboard indicates to us when we need to just be on high alert, and at what point do we then need to bring in support that is way before we get to a formal intervention. So there's certain things that we use as a PT, whether it's provincial or municipal. The principle is that we are data-led, and so we use the information that we get from municipalities, and we structured very specific questions that we have put on the dashboard, and those are the issues that we monitor. I think Stephen will be able to expand a little bit more, but I just want to give you the assurance that we do use the information, and we're quite happy with the results that we're getting. Stephen?
If I could just tee it up. So the local government team within the Provincial Treasury, they're really excellent and have monthly monitoring of what's happening in municipalities. And Stephen will be able to just elaborate on exactly what those metrics are. But as soon as we see declines, action is taken, and I'm regularly writing to municipalities to let them know what trends we're picking up, and to encourage them to take action as far as possible. Thanks.
Apologies, Chair. I just recognize briefly the hand of Member Seleko.
Before my friend answers, Chair, can I just? No, Chair. There's a reason why I'm asking this question. The reason why I'm asking this question is because municipalities don't account to us. We have an oversight role, and when one does not account to you in terms of information that you ask, it can be inaccurate information. It can be accurate information. So what I'm trying to get at the sense is that, is there a possibility when we deal with these reports that there's potential that the reports that have been fed to this dashboard, that the information is inaccurate, and municipalities are giving you information that serves their own purpose, so that you cannot identify. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is there potential within the systems that we might get information that is not authentic, that is inaccurate, and we end up later in the term find out actually we know we've been taken for a ride, whereas they are. That's what I'm trying to get at, and you just need to assist me in that regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'll hand back to the department.
Okay, I think that's an excellent question, and I appreciated the way that the member structured his question as well, to start from what are the risks to municipalities, and then what's our monitoring, and then what's the risk that the data is misleading. So I think when you talk about, we keep using this phrase, municipalities grappling with financial challenges, right? And the reasons for those challenges, I mean, we could spend all day talking through the multiple reasons, but you can group them into two broad buckets, right? Exogenous reasons and reasons internal to the municipalities. So we saw on the exogenous reasons, you know, COVID was a massive knock to municipal revenue collection. So you really see pre-2020 a relatively happy picture in municipalities, and those municipalities that had internal problems, governance challenges, revenue collection challenges, were kind of able to get by. But the additional knock that COVID served them meant that you had a number of municipalities that were more or less able to keep up with things, suddenly defaulting, not able to pay Eskom. So we had these 4 municipalities that suddenly accumulate unpaid arrears to Eskom, etc. And so you get genuine. I would emphasize, though, that that same knock hit all of our municipalities, but those with a stronger governance foundation were able to push through it, right, and didn't kind of run into those problems that some of our more at risk ones did. So you get those exogenous factors, but you have subsequent droughts, etc., floods, all of the above that have happened subsequently, but it plays on those internal things, and those internal things. Governance, you hear the Western Cape Provincial Treasury keeps hammering on this line of governance. We engage municipalities proactively on governance, our technical integrated municipal engagement, do a detailed governance assessment of municipalities, precisely for this reason, because it's those measures that if municipalities don't have in place, if they don't have appointed officials, if they don't have the mechanisms in place, if they don't have their policies and procedures, if they're not implementing, if they're not adhering to those, all of those are risk signs that will lead to financial trouble later on. In year, we monitor monthly through those Section 71 reports, as the head of department and the minister have highlighted. We use those extensively, and we keep evolving how we use those. So we brief the minister monthly on exactly the municipalities that we've identified from that monthly Section 71 report as being at risk. We call them municipalities to watch. So we get the reports from the 30 municipalities. We have a set of indicators. We used to use 7 indicators in the period under review in the annual report. We've now expanded that to look at 10 indicators from that data. We also are selective in the data. So we get 2 sets of data from municipalities. We get the data off their financial systems, the MSCOA data, and we also get the financial management reports that they table to council. And we look very closely at the differences in those data, and sometimes we report in terms of which data we think is more credible. So particularly on the cash flow data, there are numerous problems that municipalities, some due to genuine system problems, some due to maybe you can fill in the blanks on why there might be problems in the municipality in the kind of data that's inputted onto the system. So sometimes we use what's reported to council instead. There may be misleading data in that as well. We quite frequently write at official level to municipalities to query particular data items. We've got an outstanding query with a municipality at the moment that we're trying to resolve. So, but I think one of the things that we highlight always to the minister is that sometimes the fact that there are data questions is a warning sign in and of itself, right? So we think we're suspicious that there may be the fact that we're unsure about the data, that we have conflicting data sets, is a warning sign in and of itself. You ask about whether we are delayed in coming to our interventions. I think, we work very rigorously to the legal structures. So the legal structure for when there is an intervention, there are very high bars set in the MFMA. And the MFMA is a great piece of legislation in that it sets relatively clear criteria for when you can actually intervene in terms of Section 139(5) of the Constitution. Obviously, 139(4) when you fail to adopt a budget is even cleaner. But we do a lot in the space in between the Section 71 that indicates you have issues that we need to look at and an intervention. So at the moment, Western Cape only has one municipality under a formal Section 139(5) intervention, but we are doing work closely with your Cederbergs, your Matsikamas, Kanaland, Lanesburg, etc., as well as Beaufort West, where we have, I mean, what the intervention gives us is additional tools to kind of hold the municipality to the prescripts of the financial recovery plan that's been imposed by the provincial executive there. But I think as we were talking with the Cederberg example earlier, you know, there we're providing proactive support through grant funding to help them turn around. In other municipalities, we have, in all of those 5, we have budget funding plans that we monitor regularly on a quarterly basis with those municipalities and kind of hold them to those targets. And we work closely through through a mix of grant support and oversight to try and turn around the situation in those municipalities. I think the one highlight we have at the moment that's both an additional assistance and an additional oversight tool for us is the municipal debt relief program. So what the Minister of Finance announced on Eskom debt. So the 4 municipalities that I said had run into debt problems have all applied to be part of and have all been approved to be part of that Eskom debt relief program. And that gives us, the HOT was signing off the compliance certificates early this morning. It's a very onerous list of 40-something conditions that the municipality has to meet and report on every month. And so that really, those are, some of them are particularly controversial, but most of them are conditions that require that the municipality is adhering to sort of financial management best practices, particularly focused on revenue collection and management of its payments. And so that gives us an additional tool that we use. So that's an additional monthly compliance that we're following on those most at-risk municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Can we continue? We're going to go page by page. I'm going to ask Nadia Ishmael to deal with the question around the new rules of engagement, as well as both page 32 and page 33. Nadia.
Thank you, HOD, and thank you to the chairperson. So on the rules of engagement, there's been a lot of effort that we've put into arriving at this new set of rules of engagement, sort of workplace rules. Firstly, everybody can agree that there's too many meetings. So what we've done is we've done a lot of work to streamline these meetings to make sure that we're more smart about it. Streamlining the frequency of the meetings, aiming to ensure that our meetings are more productive, that our members are prepared in advance to be more strategic about the discussions and the resolutions that take place therein. We also have rules that look at us respecting deadlines and how responsive we are. But ultimately, the aim of it is for us to change the way that we engage with each other, engage with our staff members, so that we can prioritize a work-life balance and an overall health and well-being of our staff members. Then from a bursary point of view, I can say that there are a number of reasons why our students may decline it. Some of the reasons may be that they would have obtained financial stability elsewhere. They may have secured alternative funding sources like scholarships that we cannot compete with. So our support includes a full tuition fees as well as an amount for textbooks and stationery, but it excludes transport and accommodation, etc. So these are the offers that they need to compare ours with. Other reasons maybe there could be changes in their personal circumstances or even in their academic choice. We have experienced a bursar that we had offered a bursary to study in the financial environment, but she subsequently was allowed into the medical faculty, which is obviously something that doesn't allow with our talent management strategy, and henceforth we were not able to support her in that way. So how we are incentivizing our students to take up the opportunity, we have relooked our bursary policy. When we approved our bursary policy, it was at the time that there was no NFSAS. We do find ourselves in a situation where our bursaries decline offers, especially for those offered by NFSAS. It is much more lucrative, and like I said, we can't compete with it. So our review of the bursary policy will look at that so-called missing middle. So it's the students of families who find themselves in that middle income bracket and really find themselves in a position where they are eligible to obtain bursaries. We are also planning to visit schools in collaboration with the Western Cape Education Department to raise awareness about Provincial Treasury being an employer of choice. Thank you.
Thank you, and through your chair, Nadia Ibrahim, page 34, and then Annalise on page 35. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. This section particularly deals with some of the regulatory changes that happened. And I think the challenges that we experience as a province is that these things come midway in the financial year. Happens, you're actually sitting with two sets of compliance issues for audit purposes that need to be audited against two separate regulatory or legislative regimes. And there were four of that in this financial year. One was on the publication of awards and bids and contract extensions, etc., via the government tender bulletin. You would note that the regulations require that you do so via the government tender bulletin. However, the government tender bulletin has been intermittently non-functional in terms of tender information. And so both the National Treasury and us as a Provincial Treasury had to deploy alternative mechanisms to meet the compliance requirements. So from the National Treasury perspective, they issued an instruction note saying basically you need to use other mechanisms, either newspapers or your web page, or find any other mechanism where you could actually publish these tender bid invitations, awards of contracts, etc. What we found as a province that our departments were saying that, you're not reaching as many people as possible if you put it on your own website. It's dependent on who actually views those websites. So can we not put this in a space where we then could, reach a wider audience? And generally, the web page for Western Cape government and the internet functions get more hits or access. So what we did was we created a tender link on the Western Cape government page coming through onto the tender website of the Provincial Treasury, and we consolidated all our bid invitations. And similar to that of the government tender bulletin, we started publishing all our provincial government awards on that web page, and which got quite good traction. The other alternative was that we could then access all the supplies, and we could use our e-procurement system to do that. And departments could still, if budget allowed, to publish in newspapers, fully understanding that there's a cost implication and that they would not have budgeted for that in the budget when envisaging doing tender advertisements. So those were the mechanisms that were deployed, and we tried as much as possible to manage that in process. I mean, we did get quite a number of queries in this regard during the audit process as well, given that the instruction almost amended the National Treasury instruction amended the regulations in a way. So that was the first one. The second was around the triple P regulations that also it was declared invalid. So the period of invalidity ended as at the end of January. It was 22nd January, I think. And we needed to have something new on the table. New regulations were issued, so we had to shift from looking at compliance to the 2017 regulations, and then shifting into how the 2022 regulations were then put together. And so various mechanisms were deployed to do that, to keep consistency and stability. Also, our cabinet decision on how do we have an interim strategy that keeps keeps things consistent, and then a long-term, guidance in terms of what to do to then implement triple P requirements. That was the second one. The travel framework was also something that was issued within the cost containment environment, and where National Treasury was looking at benchmark pricing and particularly on travel and accommodation. And this was also linked to a booking tool that needed to be enabled with the travel agents, etc. And this also came midway. And when we as a province receive this, it does mean that you need to look at following the necessary change management and change navigation protocols to implement that. So we asked for an extension in order to get our departments on board, because some of our departments were trained, some of them had access, to the training, and some of them, could get onto the automated landscape, and others not. So we asked for a further period within which all our departments could then be on board at the same time, and implementation would start across the board for all provincial departments on one specific date. So that was granted to us, and we moved in that space. The last one was around the cession and assignment of contracts. Now this requirement, National Treasury instruction, came to the fore, and where we were totally opposed to it because it had various legal challenges, and we found that it was not in keeping with the common law principles. And so we actually did quite a comprehensive position paper, and with legal services assistance as well, put our points across, and we managed to get that one withdrawn. So basically what this section does, it places in context for the province in terms of what the challenges were, and the legal minefield that we needed to migrate in terms of supply chain compliance, particularly around these 4 areas, or at least the 3 of them. The one was actually withdrawn, and that would also be reflected within provincial departments when they come before the committees as well. Thank you, Chair.
Annelies?
Thank you, Chair. The question is around, on page 35, is around infrastructure, and is really about the repeal. What was the impact of the repeal of the framework for the Western Cape infrastructure delivery and management system? So in a nutshell, the impact in terms of before, the then Transport and Public Works Department was then in terms of our preferred implementing agent both for capital and maintenance projects within the province. With that repeal, the implication then was that the client departments, both health and education, could have now multiple implementing agents, not only the Department of now infrastructure. And so the further question, so it was in terms of clarity of what was the impact. The second part of that question was in terms of, so what was the impact then for us as a department, as a provincial treasury? That was my understanding. But to answer that, it's also to have some insight in terms of what was the impact then on those client departments. So from a client department perspective, for example, now those health and education now they needed to go and procure services, which Transport and Public Works used to do. They had to now go and procure services. So the impact really on mostly in terms of from a supply chain perspective within the departments. That's where the members would have heard the answers in terms of from the supply chain perspective. So in terms of the current year under review, where the supply chain section worked very closely with the Department of Education. One of the reasons for that is the fact that to assist in terms of the skills that would be required within the Department of Education and both health, for example, the AOS system and delegations for decision making, they would need to adapt that now as well. So from a supply chain perspective, assisting from there. Secondly, also then in terms of the interaction then between let's say the public works component of infrastructure and in the client departments, and that's where in terms of the public finance section, in terms of sitting in terms of monitoring of projects, because on the one side that and you'll see that this decision was in here. So it does also impact in terms of the delivery of infrastructure in here. And so from a monitoring perspective, in terms of where we then, in terms of we're looking at that, we're making sure that we were still able to implement at the same time. Because if you do remember, this was the year that I just indicated there was a 14% increase in investment in infrastructure. So as we had this kind of change, we had to also make sure that it wasn't impacting the implementing of the current projects from that perspective. Chair, Minister HOT, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to the question on 59 because it's directly linked to the question, and the question really is about the reports on the implementation of infrastructure regarding the IDMS and about the SDAs, the service delivery agreements, and why that target was not achieved. So as I indicated, so the implication and of this policy decision really then impacted the departments from the 30th of September onwards, which then does mean that the interface now between the client departments and public works then had to change. Therefore, we needed in terms of new service delivery agreements. Now, in order to go through, and this is new service delivery agreements, it could not be based exactly in terms of the previous ones because of the policy change. So there is a vetting process from a legal perspective that needed to go through to make sure that we're actually still complying to the regulatory framework that is currently in place. And so from that perspective, both SDAs, service delivery agreements, were still in the vetting process from a legal perspective. But so we'd never received a final service delivery agreement that has been vetted legally submitted to the Provincial Treasury. What we did though do, because as I indicated, we were monitoring throughout the year, we did then get a draft, and we then commented on the draft to improve then the service delivery agreement from that perspective to assist the clients. But that does mean that we did not be able to meet our target because it was a draft and not a final. I hope that explains page 59. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll go straight into project preparation facility. So in terms of project preparation facility, as I indicated, it is in terms of that first response for us to, in terms of build this long-term credible project pipeline. Before we can actually look at in terms of going to alternative financing, because we have to have credible projects that's packaged in a way that we can apply for alternative financing, or we can identify for alternative financing. And that's why the project preparation facility was put in place in the current the year under review. The question was really about what is the structure and how do we go about that. Now, we have not increased, and also I must indicate in that current financial year, we also then our infrastructure director went on retirement. And so we really, in terms of, had some loss of skill there, but we did not also increase our capacity within the department to assist departments around project preparation facility. Project preparation facility is giving funding and assisting, not only just giving funding, but it's also assisting and directing departments in terms of where the gaps are in a particular project in order to access the different instruments at the time. So some of the instruments that the departments can access, for example, at the national level, is the budget, the BFI, which is a budget facility for infrastructure. But that needs, in terms of a holistic package that actually, and it is for projects that's over R1 billion, for example. Now, in order to access that, you need to make sure that all your gates of the IDMS is, number one, spoken to. Number two is also make sure that it is a bankable project that, that we would be able to get funding if we do apply. because that's part of the what we're trying to also create is that when the Western Cape applies for funding, we're also wanting to look that we have a high level of return on that funding, because it does create a sense of credibility within for the province, but also in terms of our, let's say, our preferred investors on infrastructure. So from that perspective, because we didn't increase the capacity, what we are and we are procuring in the current financial year is a panel of experts. There's a panel of experts, and that's now in procurement at this stage. Final procurement stage in terms of procuring panel of experts in various sectors. So we have there's education sector, in the health sector. We also have in the municipal infrastructure sector, human settlement sector, as well as in terms of our ecological sector, in terms of responding to example could be in terms of water or river protection, for example. So it's really in terms of a varied skill set that we are trying to access in order then to assist to get individuals, then to assist the departments. So the idea is then once we identify project preparation facility funding for the department, is not only just to walk away then from that project, but also to provide this kind of expertise to that particular project to assist the departments as they are preparing the project, to identify where gaps would be for certain kinds of funding applications. And so that then widens in the capacity of the Treasury to provide assistance to build these bankable projects that we're looking for over the long term. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just the last point, Member van der West says, in terms of the preference, face-to-face or virtual. I think at the moment we're going with a hybrid option. There are some issues when you engage with stakeholders. It's just better that you sit across from one another and you can face each other and discuss some of those. But in other instances, it does lend itself to have total virtual, and we've done those. What we do find happening in general, whether we're dealing with provincial as well as a municipal spheres, we do get a lot of questions from asked from other provinces and other municipalities, even outside of Western Cape boundaries, for some of the capacity building, revenue enhancement clauses. We've had local government, SAM endowers, all of these. We do get a lot of interest from people outside. And in those instances, it works when we do have a hybrid option on the table. It also saves costs, and it allows us to save some time in terms of traveling. But yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. I'll allow for follow-ups and additional questions. If you
Then just the last question on the HOT position. I did inform the committee in my opening remarks, Honourable Member, that David Savage had left the public service in the Western Cape. I don't think you'd yet arrived, and that Ms. Gantana was acting in this position as the next most senior official. This will follow the normal recruitment process, and it has been advertised. And the last time we were in this position was just shy of about 4 years ago. So it's not a regular occurrence, and we are now going through the normal recruitment processes to identify the next head official of the Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, I'm cautious about time. If we can have our last round now for section B, any follow-ups or last questions, and then from there we can move on to section D. I recognize firstly Member Seleko, then Member van der Westhuizen, then Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chair, very much for my last round of questions. Chair, I will go back to 42. in program 3, asset management, there's about 482 SCM queries and 15 supplier complaints that we attended to. I would just like the department just to give us some inside info in terms of the trend of the complaints, exactly since it's about 482. What is it all about? And from the side of the suppliers as well, what has been the queries about? That's on page 42. And then we go to page 53, Chair. So in terms of the 5 municipalities that were assisted in crafting a budget funding plans, and I just wanted to know whether the department is happy with the progress in terms of those municipalities, in terms of their progress, in terms since you have given them support in terms of making sure that you crafted the budget funding plans. And also, Chair, that is the question that I've always been asking. What is the view of the department when it comes to municipalities adopting unfunded budgets? What is your view? Do you think it's acceptable? Is it legal? Can they do that? And lastly, Chair, on page 70, on program 4, financial governance, specifically 4.2.2.5. And I really here, I need your guidance as a department. The reason I'm asking this and I'm asking you as a department is based on an understanding that municipalities, especially MPACs, have a responsibility of looking at your UIFWs, your irregular expenditure, unfunded, wasteful, and they're supposed to do that oversight role. And ultimately they will have to make a decision or recommendation to council for condonement. But having the understanding that most MPACs within our municipalities are not fully qualified to do proper investigations. As a result, you'll find that they will condone expenditure when you look at it, that this one was not, there was not even a proper investigation to come to the determination that we're not going to follow this irregular expenditure, because they will use regulation 36 or 32 and say there was value for money, but there was no due diligence done. And then it goes to council, and then council will also condone, and then it's finished and clear. And I'm asking this also from the experience of my previous life in the National Council of Provinces. When we used to visit some provinces, that the minister of, or I wouldn't say which department, would say, before a municipality would condone, he would request that information to be submitted to the department. And the department will do due diligence in terms of that report, and then will say, no, you can't condone because you got value for money. But there is a trend that we are picking up, that there is an avenue for irregularity, there is an avenue for corruption within these processes, because councils condone without having your due diligence. How do you see yourself as a department of making sure that these things don't happen? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm sticking with your support to local government. And I think you will know why we are concerned about the local governments. We are concerned about their funding model that's changing, and I think it might change even more than what we currently predict in terms of people high energy users generating more and more of their own electricity, etc. One of the and you need information to be able to support them. But then one of the complaints that we've heard from local governments are the onerous reporting regime. They need to report to the Department of Local Government. They need to report to the Provincial Treasury. They need to report to national, they need to report to the Statistician General. To what extent have we been able to, can I call it, streamline, automate, export the necessary information with as little effort as possible in a format that all of these users of that information can use. And again, I'm particularly concerned about our smaller municipalities which don't have the staff establishment that are often needed for this. The second one is, and I've alluded to what I call the funding model or the financial viability of our municipalities. And you are referring on page 53 to the fact that in some instances municipalities surrender services for which they don't quite recover the costs of those services. Now, to what extent do you also study the tariffs of municipalities, and do you believe that you are in a position to make recommendations? My experience has been when it comes to budget cycles in municipalities, all the various departments within the municipality are all, engaging, wrestling with one another to get as big a cut from the municipal budget as possible. And then right at the very end, they say, okay, let's just increase all our tariffs by 7% or 8%, because that affects us as consumers, but it doesn't affect the staff themselves to the extent in the execution of their duties. So my impression is that quite often these tariffs have not been reviewed, or the tariff structures have not really been reviewed, except that municipal finance officers want to increase can I call it the levies, the fixed portion of every account, because that gives them a certain certainty that money will be reflected as an income. But should people start using less water because of drought? Should people starting to use less electricity because of the fact that the electricity prices are going up far higher than inflation, and what people's income can endure? Quite often that portion, the fixed portion of the municipal account, is getting bigger, and the variable portion, should a family fall on hard times and they say, no, now we're going to save electricity, we're going to sit in, with blankets around our legs in the evenings, we're going to the children must share a bath, for example, that kind of thing. The scope for people to adjust is getting less. So my question is this are you debating this somewhere? Are you raising this with municipalities when you say that at least they need to recover their costs, but the tariffs need to be reviewed critically from time to time? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I recognize Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the responses. I just want to perhaps make a comment, and I'm sure, Minister, you would use your discretion to respond or not, because my question, I think, around the issue of the acting HOD is on succession. I think that was my point of departure. It's on succession and accepting that the department will always have to go and do the normal recruitment process, which is, everybody understands that it's in law. But I think the point that one is presenting or is making is the extent to which in the department itself there is succession planning that ensures that from the own craft that the department for some time, people have been investing, working in the department, being brought, at critical times of this nature, that opportunities of those that are internal within the system and understand and have got institutional memory are actually in a directed manner being developed. So I think my question was more on succession planning other than understanding that when are you going to fill the post. And I'm raising this because I think in one of the pages it indicates that I think it's in page 62 that, for example, that given that the unit has no dedicated structure in place for strategic sourcing, you were not able to deviated from the publication of the procurement disclosure. And I think that actually takes me to the follow-up I was going to ask around the project facility, because I was asking this project facility whether there is an existing structure within the officials, is it in which program? That's what I was trying to understand. And I think with the response, I'm getting a sense that the project facility would be the panel. I'm getting that sense. If I'm correct, if I'm not, maybe I could not pick up the answer. So please answer me in a much more simplified way so that I understand. Because I'm interested to know in the different programs of Provincial Treasury, where does the project facility sit? Who is responsible for it? At which level? Is it a directorate, a chief directorate? Who are the people that are responsible for this? And I think, as you said in your response, that you have lost some skill. And one of the concerns from where I'm sitting of always going outside to procure skills is that you can't oversight something that you don't have. What's the extent of bringing private sector people to come and implement work for you and you do not have that skill? So that's why I'm interested. Who are those who are going to actually oversight this panel that you are referring to, and the extent to which those new activities on those individuals, in terms of this particular role or function. So if you can clarify me in as far as that is concerned. And then I think on I think it's page 67, on the program 4 financial governance. Program 4 financial governance, I think the last bullet there speaks about the continued role that Treasury had to play on intergovernmental issues, particularly in cases of dispute between stakeholders and the Auditor General. Can you just expatiate what would be the type of disputes that you had to deal with during this particular financial year? Are these disputes with the provincial departments and stakeholders, entities? Can you give more information of what exactly were those issues that as Provincial Treasury you had to sort of mediate into those disputes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That is the last question. I don't see any others. I'll just use this opportunity to put my questions forward as well. Firstly, I just wanted to follow up and confirm with regards to Miro, will the target be adjusted next year so that it's in line? And then secondly, on the bursaries, how many applicants do you receive roughly? And I ask this because I wonder if it's possible not to award bursaries to kind of runner-ups if there is a shortfall due to people taking up other bursaries. And then I wanted to ask with regards to oh goodness, my papers are a mess. I wanted to ask with regards to MSPOA. Now my notes have all gone missing. I can't find the page right now. But what I was curious about is the municipal grant that funds it. Wanted to understand what are the challenges that the department has faced with regards to MSCOA, noting that there was a second version that has been updated and that some municipalities are struggling to make use of. And how are you intervening to address those technical challenges that lead to them having issues with pulling data strings so that they can show results that are actually true and so that they can work towards achieving clean audits. Hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There were a number of questions. So we're going to start with the SEM ones this time. So Letitia, over to you.
Thank you. So the question around the 482 SEM queries, municipal queries, in terms of the nature of those queries. So it's queries that we attend to on a daily basis from municipalities inquiring, perhaps queries relating to SEM prescripts. Perhaps there's a circular that has a particular specific requirement that they need to relate to, as opposed to what is in the SEM policy. So we address those type of queries. Also queries relating to the disposal and leasing of municipal assets, and we provide responses there too. Also queries relating to Section 33 of the MFMA relating to long-term contracts that goes beyond the period of 3 years, but it's also a coordinated function between Program 3 and Program 4, which is Stephen's unit from a MFMA perspective. So it's really a wide range of queries, SEM-related queries that we attend to, and just the top 5 categories in terms of that 482. So 41% was relating to the leasing of assets, 31% was just relating to normal supply chain management queries, 16% was relating to assisting suppliers with registering on the supplier database, and about 11.41% was relating to MFMA Section 33, and then 7% was relating to the proposed sale of assets, municipal assets. And then just in terms of the 15 supplier complaints that we've received from suppliers, those complaints was related to where suppliers was aggrieved about how municipalities has followed certain of their procurement processes. In terms of SEM regulation 49 and 50, they can submit a complaint, and if the municipality haven't addressed that complaint sufficiently, they would then refer it to this department that investigated. And it's also relating to a wide range of issues. It could be relating to the validity period, also relating to how the municipality concluded the process, if it was fair, and we look at it from both sides in terms of what the suppliers is alleging, and also how the municipality have addressed those complaints. So just to give a quick overview of what entailed those 15 complaints. It was relating to, for instance, how a tender was concluded. In one instance, we received a complaint from the presidential hotline relating to subcontracting instances where the municipality didn't pay the supplier. In one instance where the supplier felt that the municipality didn't follow a fair and a competitive process. And then also, for instance, where the bid documents was not market related, but be it as it may, the council obviously approve what that tariff will be. And then the one issue was also relating to a tender on the gravel roads from the various municipalities. And then also we also received complaints via the Department of Local Government that also ask us to investigate supply chain management complaints, maybe around maladministration, and then also in the last few complaints that we've received was around the interpretation of professional services, and in one instance, unsolicited bid proposal. Thank you.
Staying with municipalities, Stephen first, and then Aziz. There was issues both on page 67 as well as on page 70. but I think we'll start with the budget funding plans, unfunded issues around unfunded budget and our approach to those. Over to you, Stephen.
Thank you, HOD. So yes, we take the budget funding plans very seriously. The adopting an unfunded budget is not legal in terms of Section 18 of the MFMA. So Section 18 of the MFMA sets out how a municipal budget must be funded, either from income or from accumulated reserves. So we work very closely with municipalities primarily to try and avoid them getting into an unfunded budget. So for example, in the most recent budget process, the draft budgets that were tabled at the end of March this year, we had at least 2 municipalities in the Garden Route that had unfunded budgets. We had some others elsewhere in the province that were for more technical accounting reasons, potentially unfunded. So we worked closely with those to make sure that between the tabled and the adopted budget, they made the necessary changes to get to a funded position. And then we monitor them against the implementation of that so that they don't slip by the adjustments budget back into an unfunded position, which is the kind of risk. So that's kind of where we can be most useful. Once you adopt an unfunded budget, then we ourselves and National Treasury really put a priority on this with the budget funding plans. If a municipality doesn't adopt a budget funding plan that is assessed to be credible, National Treasury will withhold the equitable share transfer in December, right? So that's how seriously it's taken within the system. We are frustrated with some of the budget funding plans. Some of them are being implemented well. It depends very much from case to case. So, for example, Cedarburg Municipality, each of the budget funding plans, let me say it at the outset, has 5 pillars. Cedarburg is successfully implementing 3 of the 5 and making progress on the other 2. So they're kind of on the right trajectory. Matsikama Municipality, for example, would be in a much better position, but NERSA declined to approve their revised electricity tariffs. So they did a cost of supply study, which would have gotten them to cost-reflective tariffs, but NERSA did not have sufficient time to assess that before the start of the municipal financial year, and you can only implement new tariffs at the start of the municipal financial year. So Matsikame is in this kind of almost impossible position where they will lose money on their biggest trading service for another year because of that NERSA decision. So that's almost out of their control. So we kind of assist them where we can on the others. On some of the other municipalities, there's a mix of reasons. On Beaufort West, we have through the financial recovery plan, we have the best financial modeling of their trajectory. And there we expect it to take 3 years for them to move out of an unfunded position. So if they meet all of their targets in the financial recovery plan, it would still take 3 full financial years for them to move out of that. So that's how, just to give members a sense of the kind of time scale, that it's not, that's why it's so important to work on a tabled budget that's unfunded to get them to funded, because once you're in that unfunded position, it can take many years to kind of dig yourself out of that. Do you want me, HOD, to go on to the funding model questions as well while I've got the floor? On the funding model questions, yes, these are very much being discussed. And we do look closely at the tariffs. So through the SIME process that the full Treasury team is involved with in assessing municipal budgets, we look quite closely at the tariffs and each of the services. And our approach is to look at whether the service as a whole is funded or not from the revenue generated, as well as the equitable share for the subsidization of services to indigent households. We see the same pressure that you see in terms of municipalities applying costs to consumers, and we try to push municipalities to operate efficiently in order to reduce that. The trend that you're seeing in terms of municipalities applying more of the costs onto the fixed portion of a tariff and onto property rates is something that we actually advise them to do because it matches the cost structure of the municipality, right? So where there are fixed costs for a municipality, like in the energy transition, kind of highlights the difference between the fixed and the variable costs. Where there are fixed costs for the network maintenance, it's appropriate that those should be funded from the fixed portion of a tariff, whereas the variable cost should be funded from the variable portion of the tariff. Otherwise, as you move through that transition, you're not going to be remain financially sustainable. I would add a point about the efficiency of municipalities. We try to push them to be cost efficient, but there are real exogenous constraints on municipalities too, in particular. Obviously, the Eskom bulk tariff costs they have no control over, and we know how very high those increases are. And then so that's Eskom tariffs make up, bulk electricity purchases make up about a third of municipal budgets generally. Another third of municipal budgets is made up of staff costs. And again, that's subject to a central bargaining council resolution, which is usually negotiated at something close to CPI, but then there's a 2.4% notch increment that every staff member is entitled to on top of that. So you've got wages increasing by CPI plus 2.5%, which really makes it very difficult even for the most efficiently managed municipality to get their overall cost structure to not grow significantly more than inflation, and that then feeds into tariffs. But we are discussing this with our CFOs and also in the national policy environments as well, and trying to lobby on those issues. Thank you.
In the mirrors, Shirley. Meryl.
Thank you. Yes, in terms of the tabling date, we will align. In terms of the Q3 of the next cycle, the date enables updated Q1 GDP data that is then modeled by Quantec into the municipal level data to be included. So it's a really big publication, and in order to include the latest possible date and then work through the entire process, given all the pages. So that will be included into the next cycle. The census data was included just as a broad provincial level figure in this year as well. Thank you.
Then program 4, and then we'll get to the project facility. Sorry, Annalise.
Thank you, HOT. Member Sleko, thank you for your question regarding UIFNW. When we go to page 69 or 70, you would see that the indicator speaks to the oversight over departmental and entities' irregular expenditure. What is critical to understand is, as the provincial treasury, what is within our control is to have oversight directly over what departments and public entities incur in respect of irregular expenditure. Now, a few months or maybe 2 years ago, National Treasury had empowered the provincial treasuries to have direct control over the condonation of irregular expenditure. So within the Western Cape, the Minister of Finance has that authority, and on a scale of values, some of that values is delegated to be signed off by the accounting officer. Within the Western Cape, we account for about 3% of all irregular expenditure in the country. You would see that the first year when that power came to the Western Cape, we had seen to more than 1,000 cases, and there had been a significant drive amongst the departments and the public entities to bring irregular expenditure down to practically nothing. As it relates to the municipal space, provincial treasury, from an overall governance perspective, has the responsibility of, together with the Department of Local Government, to train councillors as well as to train officials in relation to irregular expenditure. Now, when you look at the audit outcomes of last year, 2022, most of that irregular expenditure happens in the supply chain space.
And you would see that Program 2, Program 3, as well as Program 4, our programs are designed to assist the officials to better understand whether it is in the procurement space or in the HR space. So it's an education thing. When it comes to assisting our municipalities and specifically impact, I would ask the member, there is 2 circulars that National Treasury has issued. It's Circular 68 as well as Circular 92, specifically indicating what the impact's responsibility is. Now, as a Provincial Treasury, we have trained impact members as well as officials of municipalities. We also educate the audit committees, and we also have had various discussions, even with the Auditor General in relation to the understanding and specifically when the Auditor General speaks about material irregularities, you'd find even with amongst the municipalities in the Western Cape had a significant decrease in irregular expenditure. Provincial Treasury is invited to council meetings and to impacts to further unpack the irregular expenditure so that when impact applies their mind, they consider, and this is part of the due diligence before they recommend any kind of condonation, they have both the Auditor General and the Provincial Treasury to explain why was there an incurrence of irregular expenditure, and if there's anything of concern that they need to consider before recommending to council. This is done at impact level, at audit committee level, and at every sitting where the administration needs to present to impact. We make sure that the information that is delivered to impact is accurate and complete so that there is no opportunity, or the opportunity for misguidance is limited to the maximum extent. Thank you.
Dispute?
Apologies, HOD. I see members elect.
I don't want to go into dialogue with Aziz, but Chair, you know what the response is for what is an ideal ethical environment. That's what tends to happen. But my take now is that what happens to an institution where there is no ethics, there is no regard for the rule of law, what happens? That's my question.
Thank you, member.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me say that the administration ensures that we, as far as possible, drive good financial governance. And the outcomes in the Western Cape really speaks to the governance and the agenda that we drive with our municipalities. As for direct control, where municipalities, where there's non-ethical behavior, we've also rolled out the misconduct regulations, and at all of our trainings, we start off with consequence management and the issues relating to financial misconduct. So from what is within our control, it's the issue of education, and it's the issue of ensuring that both councillors, more through the Department of Local Government as well as SALGA, and then more directly within our control is officials, that they know the rules of the game and the consequences of not applying those rules. As it relates to dispute resolutions, there was a question in relation to PT playing a pivotal role between stakeholders and the Auditor General. The specific disputes that we are talking about are disputes in relation to technical understanding of whether it be the accounting or the auditing standards. As it relates to intergovernmental disputes, the AG is seen as the supreme audit institution in relation to independently auditing the financial statements, and where there is a misunderstanding in terms of interpretation of the accounting or the auditing standards, that is where the Provincial Treasury will intervene, and we will consider independently of the client and the Auditor General, and we will provide our own opinion so that if it needs to be assessed outside of the province, National Treasury is aware that the Provincial Treasury has provided its own independent opinion. Thank you.
Annalise, and then Nadia on the bursaries. Thank you.
All right, relating to the project preparation facility. So firstly, in terms of where let's say the management of the facility resides, it's firstly in Program 2, Sustainable Resource Management, under the Chief Directorate Public Finance. That's a sub-program 2.4. And then there's an Infrastructure Directorate within Public Finance. So it's that Infrastructure Directorate under which the project preparation facility falls. I indicated that we've had a retirement in the unit, but I must say in terms of, and we've also had for the year two additions to the unit. So right now, out of the unit consists of 8 people, and they are actually quite young in terms of their experience, in terms of the provincial treasury, and we made sure that we have in terms of a varied skill set amongst the 8. The other thing I need to indicate in terms of this infrastructure unit is that the delineation of work is also divided, and that's and aligned to the panel of experts. In terms of, I indicated when I said in terms of the panel of experts, what we're going out for is in terms of skill sets in the different sectors, health, education, and so on. So we actually have an individual within the unit that is also responsible for health, education, those exact sectors as per the panel of experts. So in the short term, the panel of experts is seen there to assist, and in terms of assist us to get to more projects in terms of assisting departments, but at the same time, and more importantly, it's the transferring of skill that is also written into the agreements. And therefore the direct delineation of work that we can make sure in terms of the transfer of skill. The other thing I wanted to indicate is the fact that the nature of the infrastructure team is that they are primarily also part of, they're doing oversight and monitoring of implementation of infrastructure, but then they're also part of the budget team in terms of the budget process on infrastructure. So what that means practically is that the staff is almost taken up in terms of monitoring and intensifying near the end of the financial year when we're going to the budget process. About 5 to 6 months they're taken up in terms of the budget process, which then means that there's very limited time for the staff to actually, for us to give them training or to go on other training programs for that. So we're looking then at the panel of experts to actually almost assist to give on-the-job training for the staff. So it's not only in terms of saying the way we have skill gaps in our skill, that this is in terms of augmenting that gap, but it's actually also in terms of, and more importantly, like I say, it's set up that it actually then also transfers skills into the unit.
Thank you, HOD. So we do have our talent management strategy, and within that document, succession planning is very intricately linked to our bursary program that encompasses both external as well as internal initiatives. So for us to ensure a robust succession plan, we implement specific qualifying requirements and selection criteria for our bursary applications. And during our adjudication process, we also focus and prioritize our designated EE groups, which includes persons with disabilities and may also consider lower salary levels. So these individuals feed into our talent pipeline and they work their way through the ranks. We have had a number of interns that have made it to management level, not only within the PT, but within other departments as well as municipalities. With regards to offering bursaries to runners-up, we do receive an average of about 300 applications, but obviously can only afford to plan to award about 30 bursaries. We do offer bursaries to the runners-up, should they still be interested in it, depending on whether they have or have not accepted other bursaries elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I'm going to break for 10 minutes and then we'll come back. We'll finish section D of the annual reports. And then for the sake of time, I know that there's MTech, so I'll just table the gambling board in totality, A, B, and D, so we can blitz through that. Everyone happy? All right, thank you. We'll be back at 10:02. back. I know that we're still waiting on another 2 more, but I am quite anxious about time at this point. So if we can please move to section D, kindly indicate if you have questions by raising your hands. Seeing no questions at this time, so I'll just put forward a question that I have. Question, Member Nkondlo, do you have a question? All right, Member Nkondlo. Member Seleko, Member van der Westhuizen, please kindly take your seats. We needed to start a few more minutes earlier. Member Nkondlo, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. On page 81, on key risks.
Sorry, Member, we're dealing with part D. So that would be pages 97 to 128.
Sorry, Chair. Okay, I'll come back. No.
Members, any other questions for part D? Okay, I see none. I do have a question relating to page 102. This is on personnel expenditure amounting to 198 approximately 9 million, or 100, yeah, million, sorry, against 317 million total expenditure, which was 62.7%. I just wanted to understand why it's comparatively low to the target. And then also, I note that the department's vacancy rate was 2.9%, and that there has been an increase. But what I'm struggling to understand is that if there was quite a significant decline in personnel expenditure, but the vacancy rate is only 2.9%, what is the difference there? Sorry, I'm losing my English. Has the financing for payment been changed, or why is there that discrepancy? Then secondly, page 108, noting that there were 24 staff resigning. If it's possible to understand what is being done by the department to sort of push and propel people into Treasury to make it an attractive place to work. I note, for example, that there were 3 career changes, 2 due to current remuneration, but that 16 also provided no reason. And perhaps that might be owing to another opportunity or even culture. So if it's possible to get more information there, that would be quite helpful. And then lastly, page 113, 44 terminations took place. If it's possible to get some information on why those terminations took place. Members, are there any questions? I recognize Member Nkondlo.
On page 108, on staff resignations, I think has been observing this. There's always a bigger percentage of people that resigns and do not finish reasons. Why one understands that there is no way the department can compel people to finish reasons. But just want to understand, are there exit interviews that are done by the department? If so, what does the HR of the department makes of this number of people that choose to resign without providing any indication of what was the basis of their resignation? And then the second one, Chair, is that on page 120, if I'm not mistaken, under health promotion programs, I just want to understand it says the nature of PT's work does not expose employees to increasing risk of contracting HIV and AIDS despite the very low occupational risks. I just want to understand employees having to do wellness screenings in the department for HIV status? And if so, are those compulsory? And then my last one on this round is on the interns. I just want to understand in terms of the number of interns that the department has, that which programs do these interns fall, or are they deployed into? Thanks.
Thank you, members. No other hands? I see none. I'll hand it to the department.
Thank you, Chair. We just to indicate, because of the bursary program, there is a was included in terms of, before I was not here to come in with the detail, that will allow the bursary holder to come and work back the bursary obligation. So the table that you see on page 102 would include these interns coming back and working back the bursaries. So there is a limitation that DPSA has placed on us. So we can give them the 2 years, and if we want to, then we have to employ them on a different salary, because initially our contract state, if we give you a bursary for 4 years, you have an obligation to work back that bursary for 4 years. Obviously, given the change in circumstances, we had to review that. But basically, this would include the interns that we have in the system. Maybe just in terms of health and wellness, the awareness that we do run within the department in terms of health and wellness, even when it comes to HIV and AIDS, it's voluntary. And it does not only focus on HIV and AIDS, it's all other health related issues that we do get expertise in to assist. And all of this would require voluntary participation. Nadia, if I can ask you to come in just in terms of the detail on page 108, especially also on the exit interviews. I think whether we deal with internal promotions, it wouldn't require an individual to necessarily exit interview. So we do promote internally, but I think we also need to be mindful of the fact that as a provincial treasury, we have accepted that we've become the training ground for municipalities, for other provinces, and for national government as well. So our turnover rate and where people leave our employment, it is basically to join. I think on the SEM side, within the current financial year, we lost a total of 16 people. 16 in our SEM unit. And those people have all left either to support municipalities, and the biggest gainer is the city of Cape Town in this instance. But we do have we've become the training ground. It's a double-edged sword, because we do have to then build, and we continue to build. But once people are ready and people become marketable and they are noticed, that's when they do opt to go and pursue opportunities. Nadia.
Thank you, HOD. So what we've experienced as a provincial treasury is that the age group between 25 to 39 is a highly qualified and a highly mobile group. It's very difficult for us to retain them. As my HOD indicated, the local government as well as the private sector, they poach our staff and they attract them with the improved salary offerings. And another thing that we need to consider is that when we're looking at the turnover rate, we need to note that a great portion of that comprises our graduate interns, and this then inflates the percentage. Some of our graduate interns are absorbed by the department, but obviously we cannot accommodate all of them. We don't have the funds all the time to retain them. They do get offers elsewhere, and being qualified and being experienced are more employable in the market. So we do afford our staff that are exiting the opportunity of engaging in an exit interview, but like my HOD indicated, it is a voluntary process and we can't force them to cooperate with us in that regard. There are exit interviews that do take place, and there are some good data that comes out of it that we make use of going forward. Of the resignations that we have, the 44 exits out of the system, some of the reasons that we have received from them do include personal reasons, family reasons, promotions, going to the private sector, etc. Thank you.
I was just double checking. Members, are there any final burning questions on Part D? Cassie, you're not from Member Nkondlo. Member, would you like to go ahead? We'll make this our final round.
Thank you. Acting HOD, interesting one. I think, as you say, that you guys are training and people you seem to be losing. And I'm not sure whether your HR has actually invested in understanding some of those reasons. Are they being paid well by the City of Cape Town? As you say that they run to City of Cape Town. Are you not promoting people? What's going on in this department? And I'm asking, when I look at your job evaluations, you know, you've evaluated almost all in your salary bands. But if one looks at upgradings, I'm not seeing, unless I've not picked it up, where you're upgrading people. So in a very hectic environment like finance and supply chain, as you say, because it seems you are gonna just be happy to be a training ground, because indeed you're gonna train people and they're gonna come and go and leave. So I'm trying to understand whether is it something, because I don't think it's a new thing. Actually, in the annual reports of Provincial Treasury, I think that's one thing that has been actually standard, to see people coming and turnover rate of people leaving is very high. And I think that's why one was asking the question earlier on about succession planning, because I think I could actually pick up those that have stayed the cause in this department, since I've also been in this committee. But the others, and I think younger people would always be looking for opportunities outside. So I think for me, it's something that I'm trying to understand, and I must give also credit. Actually, when I was reading your report, and I'm hoping this will be maintained, particularly in terms of the inroads in as far as your employment equity. It's the first time I actually see your report very clear, specific about, where your employment equity interventions have been, and where you've been trying to ensure recruitment. And I think it's one thing from where I'm sitting, I found encouraging, because you were not, you didn't avoid this question, which is a question that we always ask when we come to this committee. Others choose to avoid the issue of employment equity and become a political football more than a labor relations matter as per the regulations of the country. So I just want to give a credit to that, because when I read the report, I think for the first time I saw the department very clear up explaining what it does. But I must raise this comment, and I'm raising through the job evaluations, because I was actually going to ask, with all the changes with the project facility and fiscal futures and everything else, surely it means that has got impact on functions of people. And every time you introduce new things, but it seems, in terms of the structure and the responsibilities of people, there is no change in terms of what goes into those new roles or additional roles, and also in terms of their remuneration. That will actually lead to people living, especially in this very volatile organizational environments that we are living in. So I thought, let me make that comment, but I was just looking indeed at your job evaluations, and I saw that you are doing them, but I'm not seeing them translating into anything, I think, in terms of upgrading of position, not because it should automatically mean so. Thanks.
Thank you, Member. I recognize Member Seleko's final burning question.
No, it's not a burning one. I think I omitted to ask this one, especially to the minister. When people leave departments because of issues of finances, it's not a nice thing, HOD. It's really not a nice thing. And Minister, and I really want to hear your views with the pronouncement of the finance minister a few months back that we need to cut. What would the impact be for you as what worries do you have pertaining to that, looking in terms of people leaving your department and highly qualified people, and how are you going to mitigate that risk? Because everybody needs to cut. And as a result, we'll end up cutting even people, and we won't even negotiate. And that is something that keeps me awake at the end of every night, because I'm worried you're doing so well as the departments because this is the question I'm asking all departments. This risk, and no one is saying how are we going to manage this risk, because financially in our country we are in dire state, and that will have an impact. And I'm worried, how are we going to live with that impact? Because everybody wants us to give, but unfortunately we are going to be left with less and less. And I would love to see how we as a province we're going to mitigate that particular risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll hand over to the Minister and Department.
Maybe I'll start with the last question first and then hand over. So the Western Cape has had a prudent strategy in respect to cost of employment over many, many years. So we have a lean operation across the province. And I think we have the lowest COE to budget ratio compared to any other province. Now we're faced with an unfunded wage bill, and we've sort of been left to carry the can, as it were. And that puts enormous pressure on the system because of the prudent financial strategies that we've developed over several years. Our view is that a wage bill should be funded, because how was it agreed to if it couldn't have been funded, if there wasn't a way to finance it? And so we're going through those motions at the moment to see what can be done to ensure that the wage increases are in fact funded for us. In addition to that, we're seeing cuts through the equitable share and significant cuts through conditional grants. And that will in fact put pressure on the system across the board. And we're going through the budget process at the moment to see how do we navigate this and how do we make sure that we can continue to deliver essential services as per our mandates. And it is a very difficult ask, but we are drawing on our experience and on our good governance and our good governance practices to help us get through this, to make sure that we can make the right decisions in the best interests of the citizens that we serve. So that process is ongoing, and of course, we'll share some insights on how we're planning to do that over the MTEF in the MTBPS. And then, although things are still quite unclear for next year's budget, the fiscal framework and what that might look like, we're trying to navigate the uncertainty through asking departments to develop different scenarios so that we're preparing and can prepare in the best way that we can and draw on those expertise. And then as we move further on in the budget cycle and we know what the national MTBPS will look like and our budgets next year, we'll be able to then navigate through that. Thanks.
Good. Member Nkondlo. We're going to remain the training ground until such point in time when we do have one public service. Unless we have one public service, we will always be behind in terms of the salaries that the city will be able to offer in terms of what we can offer. There is a difference. But having said that, things are changing even within our environment. Yes, like you've indicated, the project facility. We're dealing with the one procurement bill that we know that's coming, that has placed very specific duties on treasuries as it relates to both municipalities and province. There's amendments of the MFMA in the works. There's amendments of the PFMA. And all of these things would require of us to respond structurally to what it is that we need to do. Yes, we do job evaluations, and the information is in the annual report, as you can see. But what the job evaluation is perhaps not showing is just comparatively speaking also, the point Minister raised, as a provincial treasury, even within the broader South Africa, we are the leanest because of the measures that we put in place over time. So it's a very difficult situation that you find ourselves in. We know that there are things that need to change, but simply at this point in time, the things that would need to change would require additional funding, which we don't have at the moment. So we needed to start to explore in this time. When the Provincial Treasury approached the MT Committee, we said there's two things that's important for us. It's people and IT. Because it's through artificial intelligence or information technology that we would be able to augment the support that we would require to still, it's not the answer, it's not the magic bullet, but it will definitely assist us. So those are the two things that we can concentrate on. But yes, like you've indicated, there is a need to look at the overall structure. But even if we look at the overall structure, at this point in time, our finances wouldn't allow us to go where we need to go.
Thank you, members. Thank you to the department and to the minister. I would just like to open up and see if there are any members of the public in the house or online who would like to make a comment or ask a question. I see none. With that, I would just like to wish Mr. Kenyon and Mr. Harding a very happy birthday. I hope you do manage to enjoy some of the day. And HOD, it was lovely to have you here for the first time in your new capacity. And I look forward to working with you again soon. That should bring our annual report on Provincial Treasury to a close, which means we can now move on to the Western Cape Gambling Board. Just members, you'll note that the errata sheet was circulated prior to the committee meeting. And I will now hand over to Minister to provide us with an overview. From there, we'll table A, B, and D in its entirety.
Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome the opportunity to present to the committee the annual report for the Gambling and Racing Board and look forward to answering any of your questions for this provincial entity. Perhaps I could ask the chair of the board to also make some introductory remarks.
Thank you. Just a note to members of the Treasury, if you'd like to leave your excuse, please help yourself to any coffee and teas outside.
Questions on to you.
Like to proceed?
Yes, thank you. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, honourable Minister, here at Treasury. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today to present our annual report, which we have great pleasure in presenting. I am Claude Bassett, the Chairperson of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, accompanied today by members of the board and the executive management of the entity, and some of the members are attending online. With your leave, may I ask members to introduce themselves, please? Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members. Komafani, board member.
Good morning, members. His name is Primo Abrams, CEO. Thank you.
Good morning, members, Minister. My name is Zoe Siva. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the board.
Good morning, members. My name is Lizanne Venter, board member.
Good morning, members. My name is Mervyn Burton, board member. Thanks.
Good morning, members. My name is Sweetness Sikubane. I am the HR manager. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Nick Nichols, board member.
Good morning, Robin Bennett, Regulatory Compliance Department.
Good morning, members. Terence Arendse, board member.
Good morning, members. Yvonne Skepel, manager legal services at the board. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Alvin Matthews, head of ICT.
Thank you. And we have the member online, Ms. Ndaba. Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, members. Ms. Mvandaba, board member.
Thank you, Chair. We are available to take any questions which members may have. Thank you.
I want to confirm you don't want to maybe speak to an overview beforehand, or you're happy to jump into questions?
We're happy to go into the questions. Thank you.
All right, members. With that, we are going to now table Part A, which is pages 3 to 16, Part B, pages 17 to 38, and Part D, pages 57 to 63. If you could please raise your hands to indicate if you have a question. I recognize firstly Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to you all. Thank you very much. Just a few comments. Thank you very much for the work that you are doing. You are contributing a huge amount to the provincial fiscus. And it's been wonderful to see the recovery after COVID in the amount of taxes and levies that you've been able to generate. My first question is, how does this compare to the pre-COVID amounts, and are we already exceeding? Is gambling in general a growing form of entertainment or not? And the second one is the whole issue of you becoming financially self-sufficient and achieving that financial position. Now, on page 9 in the CEO's report, you refer to lost revenue by the expiry of some of your previous revenue sources. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind just telling us, how did that expire? Is there any chance of us, can I call it, reviving those information sources? And then lastly, Chair, and I take it that you still have this unwritten rule of 3 questions per round. The whole issue of responsible gambling is something which is very close to my heart, and I'm really grateful to see that the chairperson is also referring to that in his report. Perhaps if you could just tell us, you say that you now have a committee of the board which has replaced the Responsible Gambling Forum. Now, my impression is that a forum might be a bit more far-reaching, might be, able to invite other role players as well, whereas a committee of the board probably only consists of 2 or 3, 4, 5 board members, which is more of an in-house arrangement. Now, in general, we love the openness. We love to get more voices and to consult more widely with various people when it comes to issues. Why did you now decide to make it a committee of the board itself, and therefore, in my view, excluding the possibility of getting voices from the other communities as well? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. I recognize Member Nkonhla.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is on the forward of the chairperson, on the broad outline of activities. If you can just expatiate on what is meant there by the growth is placing an enormous strain on the office of the board to meet the expectations of license holders. If you can just give more detail of what that means. And then on page 8, you mentioned that due to your responsibility around imposition of BE through the license conditions and the court judgment with Tsogosan, I'm interested for you to just give us an indication of what were some of the issues in this particular case that you can share with us, and how such is informing how in future you would then, based on this litigation, respond to your licensing conditions differently. If you can explain that to us. Then my last one on this round, Chair. On page, let me just check my page. I will do all the parts. My deputy chair.
We are
page 26.
Yeah, ABD, so that's 3 to 16, 17 to 38, and 57 to 63.
Okay, on page 26, it is mentioned there that the recruitment process for the 5 vacant position has been put on hold to enable the OD consultants to develop blah, blah, blah. Just want to understand what's the impact that these vacancies have on the operations and delivery of the services, and by when will this OD process be finalized to ensure that that recruitment process can be undertaken? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I recognize Member Seleko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me allow me also, Chair, to greet the chairperson and everybody present from the gaming board. Chair, mine is just a few questions of clarity, and or just maybe an update in terms of page 7. You know, in terms of the studies on the gambling prevalence and problems. Have you started with that process? Because we are in that 23-24 now. And how far are you? Have you started? And also in terms of the work that the industry has contributed is the CSI programs. I would just like to know, what is the focus? Which program you guys focus on? And Chair, I beg for your indulgence, and I don't know where to put this one. And how is the board monitoring the usage of casinos as a mechanism of money laundering? How is the board monitoring that? because there's a trend that is happening in our country where our casinos has been used as a mechanism for money laundering. Those are the three. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, any further questions? I see none. I just have a few questions from my side. I think I just want to commend you on the profit made. It's always great to see. And I was thinking in a similar fashion to Member van der Westhuizen in terms of self-sufficiency. But I'm curious about, so now that you have the surplus, how has that money been reinvested, or how is it going to be used? And given that there is so much innovation happening at the moment within the tech space, and likely that will happen within the gambling space as well, do you anticipate any trends? Do you anticipate further surpluses in the future? Then secondly, I note that one of the major contributors to your surplus was, and these are pages, 7 to 9, was the increase in licenses. And I wanted to know, what is the average turnaround time for a license to be processed, whether there was a backlog that resulted, and if there was a backlog, what steps have been taken to address that backlog? And lastly, related to that, whether you anticipate this high number of license applications to continue, or will it eventually lull? With that, I'll hand over to the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. If it's in order, can we perhaps take question by, can I deal with it sequentially? Questions. So the first question relates to gambling as a form of entertainment. As indicated in our report, there's been a huge growth in the taxes, for example, in the industry. But I think it's a very important, interesting question in that if one looks at the figures and the growth in the particular sectors of the gambling industry, you'll see where it is coming from and the trends. So in that regard, I would ask Mr. Bennett, our Head of Compliance, to give us more detail on, firstly, the comparison between the pre-COVID and COVID figures and the trends in terms of where gambling is growing in the different sectors. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the growth in the entire industry, the growth unfortunately has not been the same for all sectors. So we basically have 4 sectors. We have casinos, the limited payout machines, that was the 5 machines in the pubs and restaurants. Then you have the totalizator, and then you have the bookmakers. In terms of the totalizator, there obviously has been no growth because that unfortunately has been a bit of a decline in industry, and COVID basically absolutely didn't help the situation at all. In terms of the casinos, what we've basically seen now, we've seen a slight growth in that based on the pre-COVID figures. But if one basically must extrapolate the pre-COVID figures to what they are supposed to be, they're still not exactly where they intended to be. But there is a slight recovery within the casino sector. In terms of the limited payout machines, we still see some decline in that. The numbers are still good, but nowhere near as what it should be. Now then we move over to the betting sector, and that the sports betting is, there we've seen a phenomenal growth and a continued growth. And there's a number of aspects that we got that can be contributed to. First of all, during COVID, obviously, especially during the hard lockdown, people were compelled to stay within the confines of the house. They had the ability to switch those people who used to frequent land-based establishments and to do the gambling. They were now able to do that on their mobile devices. Obviously, when lockdown restrictions were lifted, some people decided that they're going to stick to that. That, coupled with the fact is that within the Western Cape, we don't have a cap on bookmaker licenses. So there is a continued increase in the number of licenses that we've issued. There is an increase in the number of type of contingencies that is basically issued. And at this stage, a lot of the sports betting that has been offered appeals to what we call the younger generation, the over 21-year-olds. And there seems to be, obviously, every day, there's more people crossing over into that barrier. So just to give you an example, is from the end of financial year 2018 to the end of financial year 2023, there has been a growth of 674% in the taxes. That's purely the taxes, the betting taxes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. On the next question relating to, I think, just financial self-sufficiency and income loss, the Gambling Board is firstly only allowed to collect legislated revenue and not authorized to create own revenue streams. There was a legislation, I think it's the 19th Amendment, which was intended to create revenue streams, but this legislation is in the process of being repealed. There were revenue streams which existed in the past. I think that's exclusivity fees and route operator fees, which have expired. And hence the Gambling Board is dependent on the grant from province to finance in order to be self-sufficient. But indeed, there are discussions between the board and Treasury and the Minister regarding this aspect of funding in future. But I will ask our CFO to perhaps just add a little bit more on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's any much to add to what the chairperson has said. The chairperson has also indicated the casino exclusivity fee and the LPM operator fee. We are currently collecting the LPM operator fee because the LPM operators moved to a second bracket. That was for 10 years, and the second bracket would also be for a period of 10 years. But the casino exclusivity fee made up a significant portion of the board's own revenue. And because there's a gap currently in the Act, we can't collect the fees that we are not allowed to do so. Thank you, members.
Thank you. On the question regarding the Responsible Gambling Forum, which has now been made a committee of the board, the forum was, I suppose, as the name implies, more of a, whilst it's intended to be open and by invitation, but we felt that there should be a dedicated committee of the board dealing with responsible gambling, given it is very much in our focus. And with the result, we have constituted the committee such that it is not just comprising of board members, but also members from industry. So they're, in a sense, obliged to attend these meetings on set intervals. So the way it is structured, we have an open meeting where members of the industry participate and discuss matters with the board, and then the board has its own closed session. So we think in that way, we are getting the best of both. Thank you. The next question, I think, related to the growth of the industry and how the board was meeting these challenges. CEO, perhaps I can ask you to just comment on resources and how we are meeting the developments going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as Mr. Bennett had said, the casino industry doesn't have much of the growth. The major portion of the growth comes from the betting industry. And the major growth that comes with it also comes with a problem. We have more disputes coming across. We have more licenses being applied for, and obviously we need the resources to deal with that. So currently we don't have those resources. I think in the business department, people are coming in over the weekends to work. And obviously senior managers don't get any overtime, so they're working at their own cost. And licensing as well, we're currently having our current staff work overtime to be able to process all of those things, and that can't be sustained. We have gone and done the OD exercise to be able to identify our resources needed, and I think that has now been completed. We're looking at the funding model, which we'll have to present to the Minister for approval. So right now, we are overtaxing our employees in trying to make sure that we actually meet our mandate, but that won't be sustainable over the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question related to the BE policy. Yes, as the honourable members indicated, it was a matter which went all the way to the Supreme Court of Appeal. We have given effect to that judgment and adopted a policy which has now been implemented. But I'll ask our legal manager, Ms. Skeper, to talk a bit more on that. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. This application was launched in 1999. That was just subsequent to the adoption of the BE Amendment Act, as well as the amended BE codes. And in the board's engagement with the industry, it became clear that there were concerns around the ripple effect of the new codes and what would be a reasonable level to be achieved in terms of the amended codes. The board at the time resolved to apply one level for each sector of the industry. And it was agreed that in subsequent years, as and when a license renews, the board will apply the individualized process envisaged in Section 53 of the National Gambling Act. The court, in terms of this challenge by one of the casino operators, found that the board, in having imposed one level per sector of the industry, did not adhere to the spirit of Section 53 of the National Gambling Act, and the court set aside the 1999 license conditions. Chair, I also need to add that, of course, subsequently, each license holder's license was renewed annually, and the board indeed imposed individualized license conditions. So I think at the time when the judgment was delivered, the board was already adhering to that process, and there were no sector level, there were no levels imposed for each sector, but it was indeed imposed for each licensee. So you would have one casino operator that is required, for example, to be a level 2, another may be required to be a level 1, etc. So the court simply confirmed the process that the board adopted, but given the deliberations at the time and the considerations at the time, the board commenced on the same basis for the different sectors. As the chairperson indicated, that post the SCA judgment, the board also adopted a BE policy that will also guide from a policy perspective the board's requirements for the gambling industry in the province. We are still in engagement with the different license holders. You have sectors such as the bookmakers and the manufacturers that did not formally submit reports to the board, and we're now trying to get them into the fold in terms of reporting on outputs, and then also for the at the renewal of the licenses to ensure that they are indeed giving effect to BE in their respective operations.
Thank you, Chair. I think the next question related to the recruitment process for vacant positions, which I think the CEO has touched on, but just to confirm that we have commissioned a study and in fact appointed a service provider to look at the staffing structure of the board, and we've adopted that. The exercise has therefore been completed. We will be prioritizing the vacant positions and phasing in as required, and we will be making representations to the Honourable Minister in a phased approach. Thank you. Chair, I think the next lot of questions related to problem gambling, the CSI programs, and money laundering in casinos or alleged money laundering, and those matters all being fall under Mr. Bennett. So, Bennett's one in there, please.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the CSI projects, that will basically vary from license holder to license holder, because in many instances, licenses were awarded on a competitive basis. Like in the case of casinos, it was obviously they had to put in the application and the board evaluated that. In the application, they would indicate exactly what they would contribute to CSI, and that would then become a license condition. In many instances, like for the casinos, they have specific trusts, which is formed. The board will then review the trust document and ensure basically that the monies that they're going to spend basically is in terms of the trust document. Generally, it can be anything from, to community upliftment, sometimes they go into education. Many of them focus basically on bursaries. in the science and mathematics fields, specifically Grand West. And then you will also get some of these license holders, they would also keep a certain amount for what they call a disaster. If there's any type of disaster that would happen, they would make those funds available. The board on an annual basis, on a quarterly basis, reviews basically what expenditure they have in terms of this, they say CSI. And then on an annual basis, obviously, they would report it, and we would do an audit to ensure that the money expended is in terms of the license condition, which is normally 5% of pre-tax profits, and that the organizations that they have basically benefit are genuine organizations. The board, through their committees on a quarterly basis, would physically attend the beneficiaries to see exactly what the structure is there and how the funds basically have benefit those beneficiaries. In terms of the money laundering aspect, Chair, I know there's always been an issue or concern that within the casino environment, because it's a cash business, is that money laundering is rife. However, I must say is that in terms of regulating casinos or gambling within South Africa, there's always been a strong enforcement, even before the implementation of the FIC Act, because way back in 1998 or whenever our regulations was promulgated, is we had a provision in there already which says that any person which has a transaction over 25,000 basically, the casino is obliged to report that basically to the board. And only in about 2008, when the FIC Act basically came into operation, is they've introduced it. So we were doing those type of things already. There is also a lot of aspects relating to the actual compliance, the compliance assessment of FIC, which sort of overlaps in terms of what we do in terms of our standard regulatory audits. But what has actually effectively happened is there was a mutual evaluation by the FATF, where they evaluate the financial system basically of a country. This, I do believe, was concluded late 2021, early 2022. After that is they've obviously made some recommendations to the FIC. The FIC then reviewed this, and they had then made a decision that what they call the designated non-financial businesses and professions, that would be gambling boards, estate agents, motorcar dealers, Kruger dealers, those organizations who used to do who had a body that was looking after the accountable institutions which they regulate. So the gambling board was a supervisory body for the casinos. In December 2022, they then passed legislation which basically removed all provincial gambling boards as supervisory bodies. They have decided that they are going to do the supervision themselves. However, they do understand the knowledge and the expertise that the board has with the casinos. So now what they've done is we've entered into, it's not finalized yet, what you call a MOU in terms of how we're going to share information and how we should basically assist them. We are still part of the quarterly forums where we basically meet to discuss any concerns as such. And just in terms of the board's approach to money laundering, is we do take that thing extremely serious, not only money laundering, but any aspect related to the FIC Act. Therefore, that is actually a license condition, that any contravention or any issues relating to that could result in an organization basically losing its license, Chair. So from that point of view, that is how the board basically has taken care of the money laundering. Over the years, while there has been one or two issues raised in terms of the FIC Act at license holders, nothing to do specifically with money laundering. It generally has to do with the fact is, where they probably did not do the KYC in terms of what the legislation require. What also actually happens now is that each license holder, because FIC moved away from a rules-based approach to a risk-based approach, each license holder has to submit a document called a Risk Management Compliance Program, which basically sets out exactly what their risk is in terms of the organization and what measures they're going to put in place to mitigate those risks. The board reviews those basically also on an annual basis. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I think there was also a question on the current status of the study on gambling prevalence and problem gambling. Just in that regard, there's been a tender was advertised for the appointment of a service provider. Responses have been received, and the office is evaluating that in terms of the SCM processes. And once that process is concluded, we will commence with that project. Chair, I think the next question related to self-sufficiency again and surplus. I will ask our CFO to come in here, please.
Thank you, member. So, member, when you have cash surpluses, you can either request for the surplus to be retained for a specific reason, or you can surrender the surplus to the provincial fiscus. So for the 2020-21 financial year and for the 21-22 financial year, the board has requested to retain the surplus, and that money was then utilized to purchase office accommodation. The surplus for the current financial year, which is 13.8 million, we did surrender that back to the provincial fiscus, and we will make payment in terms of that amount before the end of November. So member, in terms of the surplus, and I think one of the question was also in terms of automation. The board is currently planning on further automation of board processes, but we did not specifically request to retain surpluses for that function. Going forward, I think the PT, it is not in the ideal world, you won't necessarily want to have cash surpluses because you want to spend your money and you want to ensure that your budget process is what it should be. But since we are dependent on the industry in terms of applications, it is difficult then to budget for the board's own revenue. And on the expenditure side, we do try to spend as much of the expenditure in the year under review. So I can't speak to cash surpluses going forward. I think the board can only try to conduct its business within and spend as much of the expenditure budget, and in terms of the budget process to ensure that we budget based on reasonable estimates going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the next question related to increase in license applications, turnaround time, and how the board is dealing with that. That regard, I'll ask the CEO to comment, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the increase in licenses, basically the bookmakers, and it's majorly the online bookmakers at the moment, and that is a growing market. We have applications on a daily basis for that because, as one knows, if there's money to be made, people do that application. So that's what's happening at the moment. The average time is normally about 3 months, but for new licenses, it depends on what is submitted. Because inevitably during the investigation, there are questions to be asked, and until all the questions has been answered, we can't present it to the board for licensing. So that process could take any time between 3 months to a year, depending on what information is required. So it could be quite a long process going forward, yeah. And that's effectively what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, I think there was a final question relating to technology trends, or if
Yes, so the question was whether you were anticipating any further technological trends that may also contribute to having higher license applications. But I'm happy to leave that now. I saw a bit of a blurb in the annual report already on that.
Yes, but on technology trends, Mr. Matthews, on technology trends.
Thank you, Chair. I think technology will change as we go along. In terms of the growth, whatever is introduced within the bookmaking sector obviously has grown in terms of the amount of people that is betting at the moment, because that is where we have a lot of things coming in. In terms of the casinos, is what they would introduce in terms of artificial intelligence of managing things that is going ahead in that space. Obviously, we had a discussion within the board itself around that specific aspect. There is no current standards in place, for instance, for AI. And to implement that into any casino or whatever would require standards being put down, which needs to go through the testing labs and everything else. So those are the type of things I think that may come along in the future. And I think once we have, or shall I say, design standards according to that and legislation in place for those type of things, I think it's a no-no for now. But I think moving forward, those are the type of things I think we need to look out for. The other thing that we're looking at is the aspect of online gambling, for instance, within, shall I say, the internet, where you don't really find it. Is place where casinos is created. We know about one specific thing which we've encountered is Decentraland, which is really in the internet itself, where casinos, basically you create a land space and create casinos within it. So you will use as a guest, or you can as a player go play in that. It currently exists. It is something that I think we also have to look at from a national perspective and not from a Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board's perspective, because this has impact on the whole of South Africa. Those are the type of things that is there already, that exist. It's going to be refined. Currently, I think in the United States ourselves, there's no legislation guiding those type of things, because people can create a fool on casino within that space. The challenges there is that there's no responsible gambling standard. There's no overseer of that type of environment. So it's actually huge. So those are the type of things that I think moving forward that we will have to look at. Technology has surpassed a lot, and I think we will just have to be vigilant in that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think we've dealt with the questions for this round. Unless there's anything I've missed, please.
I think you have. I just want to see, members, are there any further questions for the entire report? I recognize Member van der Westhuizen and then Member Godfrey, Member Select.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. 3 questions. The first one is on the illegal gambling. It seems to me as if you're responding to complaints or tip-offs regarding illegal gambling. And if I read the report, some of them have been proven to be true and others obviously not. But my question is, do you also do proactive inspections? Do you also go out and visit places to see whether perhaps gambling takes place without authorization? The second one is, many years ago, it seems to me many of the online gambling advertisements referred to them making use of some of our neighboring states as their, can I call it, point of residence, or where they were situated. Nowadays, I see a number of them quoting the Western Cape and say they fall under the Western Cape Gambling Board. Why would people choose the Western Cape versus other provinces that may be, closer to the general public? Is it that our tariffs are a little bit lower? Surely there must be some incentive for them to say they choose the Western Cape as their domicilium. And then the last one that I want is just in terms of these remote betting transactions and so on. Do you have access to anybody's bank account, for example? How do you ensure in this day of electronic transfers, etc., that what is reported in terms of turnover, etc., is an accurate reflection of the business that they indeed do? Thank you, Chair. Again, I'll stop. I have other questions as well.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll make our next round our final round, members, so that we still have time for resolutions. That's in order. But I do recognize Member Nkontlo and then Member Seleko.
Thank you, Chair. My one question is on page 63 on the employment equity targets. for the gambling board. I just want to understand what is your what's your target for people with disabilities? And I see you only have one in terms of the current, and it's one male with a target of a female in the semi-skilled, if I'm reading what is here correct. Is that what is, and how are you putting efforts to actually recruit and try and give opportunity to people living with disabilities in the space? And just to understand, when I read both the tables, that it seems both in your top management, including your senior management, there seems to be a very weak representation of females. And in many of the other racial groups. If you can just explain that, and how are you attending to this employment equity issue in your organization? Thank you.
Member Seleko?
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine's a smaller one on page 26. I like the spread in terms of geographical area, in terms of the gambling licenses. You know, you find there's a city, the Eden, the Cape Winelands, you've got Overberg, you've got the West Coast, you've got the Central Karoo. And what is also interesting is that all of them's got 111. So I need to get more in terms of that, because we know that there's an appetite of moving the license from Overberg, which I'm actually from the Overberg, Theawaterskloof specifically. I started working in the casino when it was opened. I was a account clerk for 4 years. So I opened that casino, I counted those coins, and it was a first. And now I just need to understand more about what happens when one license goes to another area, specifically to the kind of infrastructure that was put in that particular area. You know, and is this just a minimum in terms of the spread of 111 licenses, or is there potential, should there be put requests for others that one district might lose and then is be taken to another district? And how do you navigate from such things? Because my worry is a lot of money has been put into that, you know, for warm waters. And yeah, I'm just asking those questions of clarity so that I have an understanding how you guys operate. Thank you very much.
Very much. I'll now hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The first question related to illegal gambling and whether the board merely responds to tip-offs and what are the proactive measures. In that regard, I'll ask Head of Compliance to come in, please, Mr. Bennett.
Thanks, Chair. A good couple of years ago, about 8 years ago, that is exactly what we did. We were very proactive in terms of that. Is if we had closed down certain premises at certain addresses, within the next month or so, we would just actively basically do some inspection there to see exactly that doesn't happen again. However, unfortunately, due to resource issues, we're not able to do that. However, the board has a list of confidential informers who provide us with information, and at many times these individuals are tasked with providing that information. So we're not just leaving that, is they do provide us when that happens, because we also have an obligation to attend to any allegation within 30 days of when such allegation was made to the board. So that's how we try to address it, through the use of the confidential informers that we have. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The next question was on online gambling, and the choice of Western Cape, as I understand it, and indeed the Western Cape is a choice for various reasons. Again, I'll ask Mr. Bennett to comment on that.
Chair, if I understand the question correctly, we're talking about illegal operators that is advertising that they are licensed in the Western Cape.
No, the licensed ones. I hope they are legal. Yeah, they're legal. Because they're advertising on national television and sponsoring a number of television programs and so on. And they then say that they operate under the Western Cape Gambling Board's supervision. So my question is just why the Western Cape and not the Gauteng or the Eswatini or whatever other gambling boards? Why do they prefer to rather work with you than with other gambling boards? Sorry for jumping into.
Chair,
yeah, okay.
Chair, the answer is fairly simple, but it might sound a bit arrogant. But the Western Cape is regarded as the best provincial gambling board in South Africa. The response in terms of that license holders, the engagement that they get, and the interaction, and just the inclusion of everything that we do in terms of where there are changes to legislation, engaging them in terms of public participation as well as public participation, and yes, just all round aspects relating to that is because you will find out there are many operators that even operate in other provinces, but they would also want to retain a license in the Western Cape. So even if one takes out the three bigger casino groups in South Africa, which is Piermont, Sun International, and Sogo, those are the casino groups which operate in other provinces. All of them are the head offices based in Gauteng. They've decided to apply for Western Cape bookmaker licenses. They've all come to Western Cape. But the other aspect one also has to consider there are certain provinces which have restrictions on bookmaker licenses. It's not as freely available as it is in the Western Cape. But I'd go for the first reason why they would come to the Western Cape first.
And also the tax rate. Yeah. Just explain the tax rate, flat rate, and also
okay. In terms of the tax rate, that is the one thing which is consistent throughout the country with the betting. The 6.5% on sport and 6% basically on horse. That is basically consistently. It might vary by 0.1% between provinces, but it's generally the same. Thanks, sir.
Chair, I think the next question related to betting transactions and how we monitor it and whether we have access to bank accounts, and that's also a compliance matter. And again, Bennett, just comment on how we monitor the betting transactions and the measures we have in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mention was made of the bank account. We would assume that would be the bank account of the license holder who receives the money from the punter. Before any license holder basically can transact, that it would be a casino or any operator is, they need to have what we call approved software. Now, the software they use must be tested in terms of certain specific technical standards. For the betting, it's technical standard 1718 part 4. Those standards basically became tested by an independent test laboratory. We only have 2 in South Africa. The test laboratory then sends that report to the NRCS, the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications. They would then check to see if they're happy that it meets the required standards. They then issue a letter of certification. That letter of certification is then issued to us, the Gambling Board, to say that we are happy that this basically software meets this criteria, and only then basically are they allowed to use it. So the software basically must conform to certain things in terms of what is reflected, and the board has access to these reports because of specific reports. So we do audits on these. Besides the standard information that they give us and that we can access, we do ad hoc audits and scheduled audits as well, just to determine that everything is still working accurately.
Thank you. The next question related to our employment equity targets, in particular disability. I'll ask our HR manager, Mr. Kabani, to please comment on our EE targets with specific reference to disability. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Member Nkondlo. As indicated in the report, the
target for a person with disability is 2% of the total establishment of the board, which equals to one person, as indicated, a female. And in terms of attracting people with disability, Member Nkondlo, all posts are advertised internally and externally at the board to reach the widest possible number of people within the designated groups. The appropriate media for advertising is selected on a cost-efficient basis with the aim to attract the specific target market. But we also ensure that the nominated suitable candidates are in line with our EE targets. Also, just to mention that the board has recently reviewed its EE plan and is committed in achieving its targets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think the next question related to the spread of casinos and the relocation. And as the honourable member has correctly pointed out, there's been a spread of casinos throughout the province in these 5 areas. That was in terms of the existing policy determinations. However, since the Sogo Sun judgment, that has sort of muddied the waters, if I put it that way, and in effect, in terms of the court judgment, an application for the relocation of a casino can indeed be brought, and we have in fact received a relocation application by Caledon Casino. The board is considering, the office of the board is considering the probity aspects, and indeed, as you correctly point out, one of the burning, very major issues is going to be the effect on the relocation on the Overberg community. So those matters will indeed be entertaining the minds of the board. There's also a point that it is a rather complex matter because there isn't a legislation in effect which deals with the application of the relocation. There are bills in place which haven't become law yet. That is the 20th and the 21st Amendment bills. Skip, I don't know if you wish to add anything further.
Yes, Chair, just to add that 5 casino licenses has been awarded to the province of the Western Cape. There was a national allocation by the National Minister of Trade and Industry, 41 licenses for the whole of the country, and we have 5 licenses awarded. And as the Chair alluded to, the High Court judgment where Sogo Sun applied for a declaratory order where the court declared that the 10-year exclusivity period is no more and that the board must consider any application for relocation that is submitted to it. And indeed, we received the one application from the Overberg region. And as the chair indicated, there are a number of considerations that the board will take into account. I think very important in terms of those is the public participation process, where the board invited members of the public and interested parties to comment on the relocation application. As it stands, the board did not make a determination as yet in terms of whether the application will be permitted or not. In terms of the members' questions on that lacuna or gap that will now be left with the casino being sort of the business hub of the region, and many other businesses, and in fact the community will be impacted by a relocation. The current entity holding that license submitted proposals to the board in terms of what they will do in that stead. The board's engagements with them extend also in terms of the employment implications. Will there be job losses occasioned by the relocation if it were to be approved? But I think broader than that, also the board will look at the fiscal implications, the socioeconomic implications, and also how the surrounding community is impacted. Mr. Bennett also spoke about the CSI and the trust that is within the casino, the initial bid commitments that were made. So that is part of the matters that the board will consider. In this instance, you have 2 CSI beneficiaries that come from the Overberg region, but then to also look at what the casino offer in terms of the new region in Helderberg if it were to relocate. So there is quite a bit of often competing interests that the board will look at, and hence the board is adopting a very cautious approach. And we're still, as the chair indicated, busy with the probity process, and the board is also envisaging that public hearings will be convened to further engage those that will be affected by the decision to permit the relocation.
I think that concludes this round of questioning.
This will take a final round if that's in order, so that we can move on to resolutions thereafter, and kindly excuse the officials who've been here with us for quite a while now. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I must just perhaps share with the board that I'm also the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and therefore my interest in horses and the horse industry is a significant contributor to our economy in terms of job creation, and not only horse racing, but obviously the wider horse industry. You indicate in your annual report, and I think we've seen it in the previous one as well, that the horse racing industry is not growing, to put it mildly. But you also say that that industry is contemplating various initiatives to perhaps attract a new, can I call it, a new interest, perhaps of a younger generation, if I may add, to horse racing as a form of entertainment, a way to spend your Saturday or weekend with. So perhaps if you wouldn't mind just sharing with us, what has the industry shared with you in terms of its future and in terms of its innovation to try and again, perhaps relive or renew that industry. And then, Chair, my impression was also, and I don't know if I missed it, that some of your reserves will now be used or have been used to purchase a new offices for the gambling board after you were apparently kicked out by the Department of Public Works. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little bit more about your new offices, the address for your new offices. It seems to me you only have office accommodation until the middle of next week in terms of your annual report at your existing premises. Have you been able to extend that lease with it for a month or two? How much did your new offices cost? And obviously, when there's a move, you need to refurbish offices. It's very seldom that you can just walk into it. Perhaps if you could perhaps just share with us the costs and also the hoops that you had to jump through to be able to use that money, to be able to source suitable accommodation. Did you have to get the approval from the MEC? I'm interested in just knowing how much space do you have to make such decisions on your own and to be able to buy fixed property. And also, do you need to enter into a lease agreement? Sorry, not a lease, a loan agreement, or are you able to pay from your reserves? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Any further final questions? Okay, I see none. I'll hand over to the board.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the last question. Indeed, we have an existing lease which expires at the end of this month, October. We have in fact used the surplus to acquire a new building. Purchase transfer has been effected. We've extended the existing lease until the end of the year to enable us to smooth transition, to attend to necessary repairs and fitting out of the premises. Indeed, it was quite a complex process to acquire the new building. In that regard, I'll ask our CFO to just give us a sense of what were the procedural requirements to acquire that building. Thank you.
Thank you, Member, for the question. Member, in terms of Section 54 of the PFMA, it says that before a public entity concludes on the acquisition or disposal of a significant asset, we must get the authority or the approval of the executive authority. So we had to get the approval of the minister to purchase the building, and we also had to inform the provincial treasury in terms of the details of the transaction. We struggled quite a bit in terms to get a building for the board. So the new address is 24 Fairway. It's close to our current building. It's basically in walkable distance. So what we also had to do, so we did advertise in the open market to get tenders. We didn't get any responses, and then we had to go out on a limited bidding process in terms of supply chain procedures. And in terms of the Western Cape Provincial Treasury instructions for any limited bidding over the amount of 5 million rand, we had to consult the Provincial Treasury. We then submitted all the information to the PT, and they signed off to say they don't see any supply chain issues resulting from the purchase of the building. So as previously indicated, for those 2 years, the Provincial Treasury or the Minister approved our cash surplus to the amount of 35.1 million rand. We bought the building for 22 million rand, excluding VAT. So that total purchase cost of the building was 25.3 million rand. So the remaining cost, that difference, we are now going to use for purposes to fit out the building. Due to the fact that the entity is so small and our supply chain capacity is really small, we are reliant on the Department of Infrastructure to assist the board with the fit out of the building. So as the chairperson has indicated, we are going to extend the lease because we will not be able to move to the new premises by the end of next week or the end of, next week, yes. So Member, we are looking at also just having a temporary space at the new building for the staff to move, because DOI has indicated that it will take quite a significant time to get the building where we want it to be. But the alternative is to extend the lease for another 1 year, which is way too expensive for the board. So the staff will probably, we are currently still working from home on a rotation basis, so we will proceed with that for the foreseeable future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I think the final question was on this round was the horse racing industry and the issues there. And perhaps I could ask Mr. Bennett to just comment on that, some of the new entrants and the developments in the horse racing sector.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of developments that Kenilworth will be doing, there are 3 that we've been made aware of. 2 is lined with our office. The other one relates to certain developments that they're going to have there. Now, it basically involves some commercial agreements, so the details thereof we really can't actually share at this point in time because they just let us know, but there will be a bit more development there, because what they have identified is of the 365 days of the year, there's basically a handful of days when that place is fully active. It will be on the Queen's Plate, it will be the day of the Met, and maybe one or other day. Even on racing days, it's not that busy. So they're going to create some type of development which keeps people basically coming to the premises all the time. On the other 2 aspects which relates to the board is the one is that they are waiting for the board to consider the approval of the Type Cs, which is where up to 40 LPMs can be installed at premises. So that's one thing they're looking at. And there is also another application which the board is considering related to a totalizator product, which they also believe will increase the footfall at Kenilworth Racecourse. Well, Kenilworth as well as Durban Racecourse, Chair. Thank you.
Changing the shielding.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Chair, I think that's this round. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate all the answers that you've provided us with today and for coming out today. I think, members, we have exhausted our questions so that we can allow the guests who have joined us here today, the officials, to go and have some lunch, enjoy, and just make the best of the rest of today. With that, I'll allow you to leave, but please do make use of some of the food and coffee that we've provided. Members, we'll just give it a minute for the officials to exit, and then we'll move on to resolutions. Apologies, I've jumped ahead of myself. There's one last thing. I don't see any members of the public online. I do see we do have some guests in the gallery. I'm not sure if you're part of the Kenyan delegation. Yes, welcome very much. Welcome to the committee. We do have an opportunity for public questions or any public comments. But I don't see any members of the public who would like to express those. So for the record, we have given the opportunity. We've welcomed our Kenyan guests, and I'd like to again excuse you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right, members, let us move on to our resolutions and actions. But just before that, I want to again warmly welcome the Kenyan delegation. I hope that you do feel welcomed, you've enjoyed yourselves, you've had an opportunity to go to the members' lounge and grab a bite, but otherwise we will meet you there for lunch as well. Zahida has kindly made provisions so that you can join us. With that, members, we'll move on to any resolutions or actions. I recognize Member van der Westhuizen and then Member Brinkett.
Thank you, Chair. I would like us as a committee first to express our thanks and appreciation for these reports and congratulate them for, again, having excellent financial results. I think that is appropriate. But then secondly, Chair, I'm particularly interested in the Western Cape Government tender website. And I was wondering whether we couldn't, at the future meeting of this committee, arrange for them to come and demonstrate the various facilities of that website. How do you, is it only under their control? How do you extract information from that website? Can you, for example, download the specifications of a specific tender, or do you need to make screen prints and so on? I think that might be of importance to us to just know what innovation has there been in terms of achieving greater transparency in the business that government does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for me, I would just need a bit of clarity on this one, because I know that we have visited the Procurement Client Center before, and they showed us the dashboard that they make use of, as well as the AI that informs the dashboard. So I just want to make sure it's not a duplication, but in any case, it's always good to go back there and hear from them. Right, let's arrange a visit back there when we have a chance, when the schedule is a lot easier.
My impression is this is internet-based, so they can come here, or it can even be done probably remotely. Thank you.
could be done, but it is worth visiting the Procurement Client Centre, definitely. All right. Member Brinkes?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to say that I would like to be in the next term, if I'm elected again, to be part of the Finance Committee again, because it's very exciting. Everything you everything you hear here is very exciting. And but coming to the resolution, the structure in the department in that deals with the bursaries. In terms of a resolution, if it's possible, if we could arrange for a few matriculants, to have a session with that structure of the department, and to maybe those students, matriculants, of the 2022 that, that needs what you call it, financial assistance and maybe a bursary. If they could, engage with matriculants on maybe in a workshop, which we can also play an oversight role over, and ask questions and see how that particular structure in the department, how they interact with matriculants, especially in giving them information of how to access those bursaries that they do on an annual basis, make available. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure. I think there's a public outreach component for finance or treasury.
They did say as part of the bursary they were going to be visiting schools, so we can always resolve that. If they do, they invite the committee.
Yes. Would that be in order?
Provincial Treasury mentioned that they were going to approach schools on that bursary issue, and so maybe we can resolve that they invite the committee when they go in, if that's okay.
Perfect. Members, any further resolutions? If it was up to me, you would be. It's also Ida. Just some resolutions from my side, just to commend Treasury on having their best audit outcome yet. I think it's quite a significant achievement and one worth definitely acknowledging. Then I'm quite interested, Member Nkondlo, you spoke to alternative financing, and if they could provide us with more information once that's tabled at Cabinet. It looks quite interesting, but I want to see it on paper as well. And then just noting Member van der Westhuizen's request on the provincial dashboard. And then on gambling, I'm quite interested in terms, they did mention that there were a couple of red flags for technological innovations that might require regulation. And so perhaps if we just ask them point blank, what specific areas or technological innovations do you think may pose a risk to the gambling industry? And what sort of regulation do you think it might require? Because maybe that's something that we can embark on as a committee, being a bit more forward thinking and practical. That would be it for mine. Members happy? Okay. All right. I don't think there's any other business. With that, members, I will adjourn the meeting and please help yourself to some lunch.